Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to start. Welcome to Venice. Before starting with the working session, let me recall some remarks on logistics. Please have a look at the room layout. Your liaison officer will provide you with all the safety and logistics guidances. Please also find in this slide the codes for the interpretation channels. A real-time translation will be provided during the proceedings. I would also like to inform that to give the appropriate emphasis to the event, the opening ceremony and all the panels will be live streamed and also attended by media representatives. Additionally, there is also Wi-Fi available in the pavilion. Thank you for your kind attention. The Italian Minister of Defense will arrive soon. Thank you. Distinguished guests, we welcome the Italian Minister of Defense, Honorable Guido Crosetto. Minister, with your permission, I would like to give the floor to the Mayor of Venice, Mr. Luigi Brugnaro. Mr. Brugnaro, please.
Buongiorno. Come Sindaco di Venezia voglio ringraziare l'Ammiraglio di Stato Maggiore Enrico Credendino per questa bellissima iniziativa e dare il buongiorno, il benvenuto al Ministro della Difesa Guido Crosetto. E poi salutare specificatamente un altro padrone di casa, l'Ammiraglio di Divisione Andrea Petroni, comandante dell'Istituto di Studi Militari Marittimi, che sicuramente sarà destinato a qualche altro prestigioso incarico. Impegno ed dedizione hanno caratterizzato il suo operato. Qui è il comandante anche di tutto il compendio dell'Arsenale e tanto ha collaborato con la città. È stato un lavoro di grande passione il suo e di tutta la Marina, con una grande collaborazione intensa con la città di Venezia, che ha permesso di proseguire con il progetto di valorizzazione dell'Arsenale. Questo luogo prestigioso e tanti altri che potrete vedere. Il tema di quest'anno è quanto mai affascinante. Nel nostro pianeta Terra spesso ragioniamo tra Stati-nazione nella dimensione della terrestre, ma il 70% della superficie del pianeta è costituito da acqua e sotto il pelo dell'acqua si apre un mondo che può variare da qualche metro di profondità, come i ghebi in laguna, agli 11 chilometri delle fosse delle Marianne. Come primo cittadino io voglio dare il benvenuto alle oltre 300 delegazioni tra marine alleate e partner, organizzazioni internazionali che sono qui presenti, mondo accademico, realtà industriali, culturali e rappresentanti dei diversi cluster marittimi. Per questa 14ª edizione, Venezia è orgogliosa di ospitarvi, perché la Marina qui è di casa, da sempre. Le donne e gli uomini della Marina qui a Venezia saranno sempre i benvenuti. Come primo cittadino mi sono sempre battuto, e lo faccio anche in questo consesso, per ricordare l'importanza delle dorsali sottomarine di fibra ottica e della necessità di una connessione, lo dico da diverso tempo, che percorra anche tutto l'Adriatico, attualmente non ce ne sono, per arrivare a Venezia e collegarsi con ridondanza al cavo Blue Mid che c'è tra Palermo e Genova, che porta poi la fibra ottica a Milano. Dorsali che vanno sempre protette e difese. Siete proprio voi che lo fate. Nelle profondità marine si stanno sperimentando anche i nuovi data center, energeticamente meno dispendiosi, quindi più sostenibili, ma sono un'altra frontiera da attenzionare. Il ruolo di Venezia è stato riconosciuto negli anni e nella storia come luogo di contatto con il mondo, anche grazie al mare. Io ripeto spesso che chi tocca il mare tocca il mondo e per questo sosteniamo la centralità delle autorità marittime, chiamate ad operare in scenari in continuo aggiornamento. Rispetto a 2 anni fa, quando era appena scoppiata la guerra in Ucraina, il contesto geopolitico si è ulteriormente complicato. Ieri ero in sinagoga a Roma per ricordare il primo anno da quel terribile 7 ottobre 2023 con l'aggressione terroristica di Hamas, che poi ci ha portato a dover rinforzare e a operare sempre con più difficoltà nello scenario del Mar Rosso per la minaccia sempre più incombente degli Houthi. Anche qua un ricordo e un ringraziamento a tutti gli uomini e le donne della Marina e di tutte le marine del mondo che difendono i traffici commerciali e il lavoro di tante persone. Avete il difficile compito, voi, di garantire la sicurezza dei mari, nella piena consapevolezza che dal mare passa la via della pace. Per ottenerla e conservarla serve una costante ricerca e innovazione, un investimento continuo sulle tecnologie e prima di tutto sulle persone. Il mare va preservato e chi meglio della gente che lo vive può contribuire a farlo. Benvenuti quindi a Venezia e buon lavoro. Qui troverete sempre il massimo sostegno e la massima e leale collaborazione. Grazie a tutti e buon lavoro.
The seas and the oceans, the womb of life, my roots forever cherished within its vast blue, the memories of my father and myself as a child, its peace, its poetry, its majestic forests, its smell, its breeze, my home, and voices sweet like honey to remember, to get back on your feet when you fall down. And just like sailors out at sea, there is my love, infinite.
I would like now to invite to the stage for his opening speech the Chief of the Italian Navy, Admiral Enrico Credendino.
Buongiorno e benvenuti a tutti, e rinnovo il mio benvenuto a tutti gli intervenuti. Sono certo che ieri sera avete passato una serata molto, molto bella e che avete approfittato dell'occasione per conoscervi e unire le conoscenze. Saluto il signor Ministro della Difesa, l'onorevole Guido Crosetto, ringraziandolo ancora una volta per essere qui. Signor Ministro, sappiamo tutti quanto l'agenda dei Ministri della Difesa oggi è complessa. Lei ha comunque voluto ritagliarci una finestra per essere qui con le Marine del mondo, col cluster marittimo internazionale, perché crede fermamente e fortemente nel mare, nelle sue potenzialità e soprattutto nel nuovo mondo subacqueo, e lei ha creato il polo italiano della dimensione subacquea, di cui parlerò più tardi. Saluto i capi delle marine intervenute, tutte le organizzazioni internazionali provenienti da tutto il mondo. Oggi qui è presente il mondo, e approfitto per ringraziare i capi delle marine per il supporto e il sostegno che hanno dato all'Amerigo Vespucci nel suo giro mondiale, che è tuttora in corso, e al deployment del Carrister Group nell'Indo-Pacifico. Ed è molto importante questa presenza civile e militare del cluster marittimo mondiale, perché dà un messaggio politico molto forte a tutti, quindi alla classe politica, ai nostri concittadini, su quanto è importante il mare e quanto è importante la dimensione marittima. Infine saluto Fincantieri, ringraziando ancora una volta il Presidente, l'amministratore delegato, perché sono i main sponsor di questo evento, e non potrebbe essere altrimenti, visto che c'è questa partnership tra la Marina e Fincantieri che risale a sempre. I will now switch in English. So I decided to focus. I decided to focus the symposium on the underwater because its vital importance can no longer be set apart, especially in the current geostrategic context. As nations navigate the complexities of resource competition, military strategy, and challenges, the relevance of the underwater will continue to grow, requiring greater attention and cooperation among global actors to ensure maritime stability and security. We need to go on all together fighting sea blindness. We all know very well that the sea blindness is still very much a real issue. Too many people don't have enough information to understand and to appreciate the importance of the sea's naval power. It is particularly true for the underwater dimension. After all, we come from the sea and we depend on the sea. This was Jacques Cousteau. I would add, we belong to the sea. Over the next 3 days, we'll be discussing the underwater world, addressing this topic from all possible perspectives in a holistic manner, bringing together the wide range of expertise and experiences that we, at the highest level, bring to the maritime cluster. Today will be short. I just want to set the scene for the discussion of the next 2.5 days. So this is our planet. It's blue. It's a blue planet. It's covered by 70% of water, seas and oceans. And so the equation is very simple. If the sea covers 70% of our Earth, 70% of what we need for our well-being, our prosperity, lies beneath the seas. that's another way to see the planet, and it's really impressive to see that even the countries that have the bigger portion of land, still this portion of land is so little in comparison to the international waters and to the territorial waters. And we belong to the sea. We are made of waters. 70% of our body is made of water. The sea joins the regions it separates. Alexander Pope, Ben, this is a British poet of the 19th century. And this is what we are talking about. In a world where borders often divide us, it is the sea that unites us all, weaving together the tapestry of our collective destiny. 80% of the population live within 200 kilometers from the coastline, so it is easily accessible from the sea. 90% of global freight is transported by sea, which, by the way, is less polluting than road transport, and 3 times less polluting than railway transport. 99% of digital communication travel via submarine marine backbones. We are talking about almost 1.5 million kilometers of cables, 1 trillion transactions growing, last year growing by 12% annually. So internet goes via these cables. We know very well that today technology allows to operate quite easily up to 3,000 meter depth. Therefore, deep waters no longer constitute an intrinsic protection of the infrastructure that lies there. Easier access to underwater, now possible also for non-state actors, results in an increased vulnerability to critical undersea infrastructures. So underwater is the big unknown. We know that 80% of the seabed is still unexplored, and an accurate mapping is available for only 2% of the abyssal seabed. We know better the surface of Jupiter and Mars than the abyssal seabed. I remember very well when, in 1969, Neil Armstrong set foot on the moon. I remember that night, in Italy, it was night. And at the time I was reading 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea of Jules Verne, a visionary man. After more than 50 years in space, we have done enormous progress. We have invested billions of dollars, euros, or whatever, while beneath the sea we are still at the time of Jules Verne. We have to change the way we are approaching the underwater, because the underwater holds a wealth of immense value for humanity. It is our future. It is an heritage that we are leaving to the next generations. So we need starting investing in the underwater as much as we invest in space. And the underwater, of course, holds significant opportunities for all kinds of growth, including improvement in infrastructure, mineral extraction, energy, underwater tourism, biotechnology, aquaculture. In just one underwater field, in one abyssal seabed, it's possible to find quantities of rare earth elements equal to 6 times those that can be extracted from the land. 6,000 times, sorry. Artificial intelligence data center energy consumption is a significant issue and is expected to grow more than double in the next 5 years. For this reason, underwater data centers are a great opportunity because they can dissipate their heat directly into the surrounding environment in an ultra-efficient and sustainable way. And in addition, they could potentially take advantage of offshore renewable power source and generate their own energy using ocean currents. As a matter of fact, this scenario raises important implications regarding the defense and security of this environment. The evolution of technology, characterized by rising standards and decreasing costs, is enabling different kinds of people to explore the underwater, making it accessible to almost everyone. And more, a legislative vacuum persists. It is necessary that the underwater domain has a clear definition in international law in order to provide a foundation to safeguarding and protecting the seabed, the marine environment, and the undersea critical infrastructure from exploitation, international crime, and sabotage. Additionally, in case of an attack or an accident, it is almost impossible to attribute responsibility in relation to the difficulty of gathering evidence of what happens on the seabed. The legal issue is a problem that must be addressed by international organizations as soon as possible. So exploring, safeguarding, and regulating the underwater environment while keeping up with technological progress is crucial for tackling global challenges related to security, resource management, biodiversity conservation, and climate changes. A spotlight on the depth, the underwater as the new frontier for humankind. This is the theme of this edition of the Symposium, and has the aim to promote in a shared commitment a safe, secure, and sustainable use of the underwater dimension. So underwater situation awareness, active and passive sensors, drones, mothership manned and unmanned, new technologies for underwater communications, control station and operation rooms at sea or ashore, legal issues. These are the main issues, but not the only ones, that we will discuss two, three working sessions, and we will discuss the theme of environment, security, technology, and governance, led by key figures in their respective fields. This is the Italian case. So, as I said, the Minister of Defense has inaugurated and has created the National Hub for the Underwater Domain, which is which is a defense-led interministerial organization. We have several ministers in this organization. And it acts as a catalyst for the underwater cluster, aggregating and enhancing national top-end institutions, large, medium, and small enterprises, startup, academic institutions, university, research centers, all engaged in underwater innovation. Its strategic objective includes fostering multidisciplinary knowledge of the underwater dimension, protecting critical infrastructure, promoting sustainability, safeguarding ecosystem, and supporting cybersecurity and resilience in the underwater. Several projects have already been started in a very short time, and more will follow soon. And this is an example of how it's possible in a comprehensive way to tackle the underwater dimension. So to conclude, I'm going to switch back to Italian, and mi piace utilizzare la lingua del sommo poeta Dante Alighieri, che ci ricorda il ruolo e la rilevanza della ragione, di cui l'essere umano è stato dotato per volontà divina. Il verso «Fatti non foste a vivere come bruti, ma per seguire virtù e conoscenza» è parte costituente della grande terzina pronunciata da Ulisse al momento della fatidica scelta di oltrepassare i limiti del divino, al tempo rappresentato dalle colonne d'Ercole, Gibilterra. Nel Mediterraneo gli spazi erano noti, erano misurabili, al di là di Gibilterra c'era l'ignoto e gli dei avevano proibito di oltrepassarle. Ulisse ha disobbedito, seguendo la prima regola dell'innovazione: uscire dai ranghi, ribellarsi ai canoni dominanti e rischiare, immaginando scenari futuribili anche con approcci non ancora sperimentati. Ed è con il medesimo spirito oggi che abbiamo il dovere di cambiare passo nella dimensione subacquea, mondo sconosciuto, creando una discontinuità con alcuni schemi consolidati, aprendo i nostri occhi a nuove prospettive e traendo frutto da questa discontinuità. Facciamolo insieme per la sicurezza, la sostenibilità e il benessere del nostro pianeta e delle future generazioni. And with this hope and wish in mind, I now declare the 14th edition of the Transregional Symposium opened. Thank you very much.
In the wake of this inspiring video, I would like to invite to the floor the Italian Minister of Defense, Honorable Guido Crosetto, for his opening speech.
Buongiorno a tutti, benvenuti a Venezia e grazie per essere qui. So che per molti di voi è stato un viaggio lungo e noi siamo lieti di accogliervi qui e onorati che abbiate voluto essere presenti qua con noi. Saluto il sindaco di Venezia, Luigi Brugnaro, il prefetto di Venezia, il dottor Darco Pellos, il capo di Stato Maggiore della Marina, l'ammiraglio di squadra Enrico Credendino, che ci ospita qua oggi, i vertici delle marine estere, i rappresentanti delle industrie, dei centri di ricerca, delle università, delle piccole e medie imprese e tutti i gentili ospiti intervenuti. Saluto l'ammiraglio Di Paola, già Ministro della Difesa, e il generale Chris Cavoli, Comandante Supremo USA in Europa e Comandante Supremo delle Forze Alleate in Europa e grande amico, se posso dirlo, al di fuori dell'ufficialità. E per me è un piacere enorme essere qui oggi in occasione di questo simposio dedicato alla subacquea. Un evento che esalta le competenze e le capacità della nostra Marina Militare, ma rappresenta un'occasione per riflettere su una delle sfide più importanti e strategiche per il nostro futuro, la dimensione subacquea. Un ambito poco conosciuto, come ci ricordava prima con le sue slide l'ammiraglio Credendino, ma fondamentale per la sicurezza nazionale di ognuna delle nostre nazioni, per l'innovazione tecnologica e per il benessere economico. Siamo di fronte a un settore in espansione, con dinamiche, criticità e interessi paragonabili a quelle della space economy di qualche anno fa. Entro il 2030 il mercato globale della subacquea varrà quasi 400 miliardi di euro. E questo fa capire perché il controllo dei fondali marini sarà, lo è già, un nuovo terreno di competizione e anche un nuovo terreno di opportunità. È sorprendente pensare che conosciamo meglio lo spazio, meglio alcuni pianeti lontani, di come conosciamo le profondità del nostro mare. Nello spazio il passaggio dal pubblico al privato ha rivoluzionato il settore. Personalità come Musk hanno innovato e cambiato l'approccio, entrando in competizione con le aziende pubbliche, ma hanno aperto nuove frontiere. Negli abissi del mare, nella dimensione subacquea, presto vedremo una nuova frontiera tecnologica, economica e strategica. Il Mediterraneo, il mare che ci circonda, per noi italiani è cruciale per il nostro sistema economico. Nel Mediterraneo passa il 20% del traffico marittimo mondiale. Le infrastrutture strategiche come i gasdotti, gli oleodotti, i cavi sottomarini, è bellissima la slide che ci ha fatto vedere prima l'ammiraglio Credendino, veicolano il 98% del traffico internet globale e rendono il mare uno snodo fondamentale per le comunicazioni e per l'approvvigionamento energetico. L'Italia ha una posizione strategica nel Mediterraneo e siamo diventati, grazie al mare, la quarta potenza esportatrice del mondo. La nostra vita, la nostra economia, il nostro benessere è sempre dipeso dalla libertà di navigazione, dalla sicurezza delle linee di comunicazione marittime, dal mantenimento della pace. Siamo in una città che deve al mare tutto ciò che è. Questa straordinaria città nasce dal commercio e poi affianca al commercio la capacità militare, perché non esiste possibilità di crescita se non c'è la capacità di deterrenza, se non c'è la capacità di difesa. E questa ne è la dimostrazione. Una città che voi ammirate per la sua bellezza artistica, ma che è stata una grandissima potenza marittima. È stata nel Mediterraneo per anni forse la più grande potenza marittima. E su questo ha costruito le bellezze che voi vedete. Le vostre mogli, i vostri partner vedranno in questi giorni Palazzo Ducale e qualunque persona si entri in Palazzo Ducale riesce a capire cosa è stata Venezia negli anni. Lo è stata grazie alla capacità commerciale, ma lo è stata grazie alla capacità di difesa e deterrenza che ha sempre espresso. Ogni anno, ogni giorno, questi cantieri producevano una nave. 365 navi l'anno. Una capacità che oggi, guardo l'amministratore delegato di Fincantieri, nessun cantiere al mondo ha e avrà mai probabilmente. A dimostrazione di quanto sia importante il Mediterraneo per le nostre strategie di sicurezza, il Governo ha istituito nel 2023 il Polo Nazionale della Dimensione Subacquea, a La Spezia, sotto il coordinamento della Marina Militare. Il Polo è frutto di una collaborazione tra pubblico e privato e svilupperà tecnologie avanzate per la protezione e l'esplorazione delle infrastrutture critiche sottomarine. L'obiettivo è quello di integrare droni e sommergibili in un sistema di controllo e sorveglianza subacqueo che possa monitorare in tempo reale ciò che accade negli abissi marini. Si pensi, per capire l'importanza strategica delle infrastrutture, ad esempio alla rete Blue Raman, che collegherà con un collegamento di oltre 8.000 km Genova a Mumbai, un progetto che sarà completato nel 2025, ma pensiamo anche al fatto che il mare custodisce risorse minerali fondamentali, inestimabili, che sono necessarie per il nostro futuro. Parlo delle terre rare e di altri metalli utili. Voi pensate che il solo giacimento Clarion Clipperton nel Pacifico contiene risorse di manganese, nickel e cobalto in una quantità che supera di 6.000 volte tutte le riserve di questi materiali che ci sono sulla superficie terrestre. Un solo giacimento marino. Secondo l'Agenzia Internazionale dell'Energia, nei prossimi anni noi avremo un aumento della domanda di rame del 50%, di nickel e cobalto del 70%, di litio del 90%. E l'underwater, la parte sottomarina, diventerà fondamentale per sostenere la transizione energetica e lo sviluppo tecnologico globale. E voi, che siete parte delle forze armate, sapete meglio di me che quando un territorio o qualcosa diventa fondamentale per lo sviluppo economico, diventa terreno di conquista, terreno di contrasto. E quindi sappiamo già da oggi che l'underwater sarà una prossima frontiera di attrito ed è meglio partire già da oggi a pensarci ed a ragionarci. Per questo noi siamo qua oggi a parlare di cooperazione, per quello siamo qua oggi a parlare di sviluppo di tecnologie avanzate. Il Governo ha approvato un disegno di legge sul dominio subacqueo, perché vedete, noi siamo gli eredi dei Romani e del diritto romano, e una cosa in Italia per diventare importante deve avere una legge. Noi ci occupiamo delle cose quando facciamo una legge. Normalmente dopo che abbiamo fatto la legge le cose diventano più complicate. Però fin quando non facciamo una legge una cosa in Italia non è importante. Ci trasciniamo questa cosa da 2000 anni e continuiamo a farla. Speriamo di non aver creato problemi a un settore in cui abbiamo bisogno di muoverci velocemente. Però nel farla abbiamo creato un'agenzia per la sicurezza delle attività subacquee, ma sappiamo che non possiamo affrontare questa sfida da soli. Il mondo subacqueo, il mondo sottomarino è troppo grande perché 1, 2, 3 nazioni possano affrontarle da sole. Dobbiamo collaborare con gli alleati e partner internazionali, perché solo attraverso una sempre più spinta cooperazione potremo condividere le esperienze, le tecnologie e strategie per affrontare le nuove minacce emergenti. Non possiamo metterci lo stesso tempo che ci abbiamo messo per lo spazio, non possiamo farlo in modo egoista, non possiamo farlo in modo chiuso. In questo l'Italia cercherà di giocare un ruolo cruciale grazie alla sua posizione centrale, grazie alle competenze della sua Marina Militare, grazie alla sua storia. Lo abbiamo fatto anche in modo concreto, io penso a qualcosa come l'esercitazione Repmus 24 che si è svolta in Portogallo, alla quale hanno partecipato le eccellenze italiane come Fincantieri, Nextech, IDS, Un'esercitazione che puntava a sviluppare capacità antisommergibili e si concentrava sull'integrazione di droni navali e veicoli autonomi sottomarini in un ecosistema di sensori e piattaforme ibride capaci di connettersi, un po' come succede, siamo abituati a fare sulla terra o nel cielo. Ma guardiamo anche ad altro. L'Italia non si ferma al Mediterraneo, l'Indo-Pacifico è vitale, l'80% dei traffici commerciali passano nell'Indo-Pacifico. Per quello quest'anno noi abbiamo fatto diverse cose. Una è il tour mondiale di nave Vespucci, che è l'ambasciatrice della Marina italiana, dopo vedremo un filmato, ma anche il Carrier Strike Group nazionale con gli F-35B della Marina e dell'Aeronautica a bordo di nave Cavour. L'Indo-Pacifico è un nodo cruciale per i traffici economici mondiali. Prima l'ammiraglio ha fatto vedere una carta, in quella carta c'erano i choke point. In questi choke point passa l'80% del traffico commerciale internazionale e abbiamo visto come basta poco per far saltare un sistema. Gli Houthi sono riusciti a bloccare quasi l'80% dei passaggi delle navi commerciali all'interno del Mar Rosso, mettendo in crisi le nazioni del Mediterraneo, mettendo in crisi l'Egitto stesso. Ecco, quei punti sono fondamentali non per una nazione, sono fondamentali per il mondo. Bloccare quei punti significa paralizzare il mondo, con un'onda che prima tocca un paese e poi si diffonde. Abbiamo visto con le guerre in Ucraina, con la guerra in Medio Oriente, che non esistono nazioni che si salvano dalle crisi, che quando inizia una crisi in una parte del mondo anche lontana poi si ripercuote su tutti e arriva nelle case, nelle famiglie di ognuna delle nostre nazioni. Siamo sempre più interconnessi nel bene e nel male e lo saremo sempre di più, anche nella parte sottomarina, anche nel tema e nell'argomento di cui parlerete oggi. Per questo è fondamentale un simposio di questo tipo. 67 nazioni. Voi avete onorato questo simposio e siete presenti in 67 delegazioni, oltre a 140 non militari, civili. Un momento così è un momento prezioso non per l'Italia, è un momento prezioso per il mondo, è un momento prezioso per l'umanità, perché il futuro che noi costruiamo dipende dalla capacità di dialogo, dalla conoscenza, dai rapporti personali. Le guerre e le crisi si evitano conoscendosi. Le guerre e le crisi e il futuro del mondo passa attraverso incontri come questi, in cui persone di 67 diversi paesi si parlano e ragionano insieme sul futuro per cercare di costruirlo insieme. Per questo sono grato della vostra presenza, per questo vi ringrazio.
Let us now give the floor to our host, the sea that unites all of us, just like the tall ship Amerigo Vespucci is doing right now. Amerigo Vespucci set sail the 1st of July 2023 for a world tour lasting almost 2 years, connecting 50 ports, 30 countries, and 5 continents. She's an ambassador of friendship and brotherhood that unites sailors from all over the world. And now, to give a concrete example of this friendship and brotherhood, I would kindly invite all the Chief of Navies and delegates to join the stage for the official picture. We would like to honor your presence and participation today to the symposium with a group photo that will serve as the official record of this event. Kindly ask to have a look on the screen, check your assigned position, and take your post. Thank you. Obrigado. Distinguished guests, we are going to restart the session in 5 minutes. Thank you.
Ammiraglio, buongiorno.
Distinguished guests, we are going to start again the session in 1 minute. Kindly ask to take your seats. Thank you. Please, gentlemen, take your seats.
Vice Admiral
Vice Admiral.
Dear guests, we're about to start the session. Please take your seats. Thank you. Dear guests, please take your seats. Thank you. We are due to start the session. Thank you. I kindly ask to take your seats so we can start the session. Thank you. So I think we are almost ready to start again the session. Rino, ma il capo lo chiami te? Il capo deve venire per questa... Però quando siamo più o meno... C'è seduto? Enrico. Quando arriva inizio, quando si siede inizio. Dear guests, please take your seat. We're gonna start. So, dear guests, I think we are ready. And please allow me now to present one of the most valuable initiatives for maritime situational awareness, aimed also at fostering worldwide cooperation. The Virtual Regional Maritime Traffic Center and in Trans-Regional Maritime Network Communities, which today welcomes the Ivory Coast Navy with the signature of the Note of Accession. As many of you may also know, this initiative currently links 42 navies and serves as a symbol of our collective effort to enhance security at sea. This community is growing year by year, and today I'm very pleased to announce the formal accession of the Ivory Coast Navy. To this aim, I kindly ask Admiral Enrico Credendino and Vice Admiral Celestine Guessan to join the stage. Please. Welcome our new member to the community. Dear guests, the importance that our country attributes to the maritime environment is marked by the establishment of a ministry dedicated to the sea. have thus the honor of presenting the message from Senator Nello Musumeci, the Italian Minister of Civil Protection and Maritime Policies.
Buongiorno a tutti, un saluto alle autorità civili, militari, agli ospiti, alle delegazioni straniere. Mi dispiace non essere con voi come avrei voluto e come avevo previsto, peraltro in agenda, ma proprio stamane si riuniscono le Camere per la elezione del giudice costituzionale, il che mi impone di essere necessariamente presente ai miei doveri di senatore. E però ci tenevo ad affidare a questo messaggio il mio augurio intanto di ottimo lavoro, la serena consapevolezza che da queste giornate di impegno uscirà un progetto, una indicazione, una proposta che il governo vorrà fare sua dopo aver noi presentato e votato il disegno di legge per dare regole, per assicurare un'agenzia per la sicurezza alla dimensione subacquea. Sappiamo benissimo quanto il mare sia diventato protagonista in questi ultimi 2 anni, sappiamo benissimo quanto il governo voglia guardare con ottimismo ad una prospettiva di breve e di medio termine, sappiamo bene quanto il piano Mattei possa consacrare l'Italia ad un protagonismo nel bacino euro-afro-asiatico e confrontarci con paesi che hanno bisogno della cooperazione internazionale su un terreno di pari dignità e di pari responsabilità. Ecco, io credo che la dimensione subacquea sia una delle più impegnative sfide per l'Italia e per molti altri paesi che vogliono contribuire a scoprire questo mondo semi-conosciuto, conosciuto soltanto per il 20%, che è il mondo della subacquea. È un mondo che interessa il governo per le attività legate alla sicurezza nazionale e internazionale, è un mondo che interessa l'università, che interessa la comunità scientifica, che interessa l'industria, che interessa l'alta tecnologia. E noi con questo spirito di cooperazione dobbiamo guardare avanti nella certezza che presto l'Italia saprà accreditarsi come una delle regioni maggiormente impegnate nella dimensione subacquea per la sua storia, per la sua geografia. Con questo stato d'animo improntato, se mi consentite, anche a collaborazione, perché vorremmo raccogliere da voi eventuali suggerimenti e proposte, rinnovo il mio saluto a tutti i partecipanti, l'augurio di buon lavoro e la speranza di poterci presto di persona fisicamente ritrovare.
Dear guests, in the wake of the increased attention to the underwater dimension, this edition has attracted the involvement of a distinguished audience within the maritime community. As representative of the most relevant stakeholders, we will have the pleasure of watching a video message that will surely contribute to our discussion. Have thus the honor of presenting the message from Mr. Arsenio Dominguez Velasco, Secretary General of the International Maritime Organization.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to thank the Italian Navy for hosting this event and inviting me to speak on the important topic of on-the-water ocean governance. The ocean is one of our planet's most valuable resources. Covering more than 70% of the air, it provides us with food, energy, employment, climate regulation, and a means to transport more than 80% of global trade. Despite the central role the ocean plays in our lives, much of it still remains a mystery, with only 5% having been explored and charted by humans. However, we know that all human activity has an impact on the environment, and it is the role of the IMO to protect the oceans from the impact of international shipping. As a United Nations specialized agency responsible for the safety, security, and environmental performance of international shipping, IMO has a unique role in protecting the world's oceans. For more than 7 decades, IMO has been the global standard-setting authority for shipping. We have developed and implemented more than 50 globally binding treaties for international shipping that help ensure the sustainable use of our ocean. In line with our mandate, IMO has made great strides in decreasing ships' emissions, playing a crucial role in combating ocean acidification. Moreover, through IMO's partnerships and projects, we are actively tackling marine plastic litter and mitigating the spread of harmful invasive aquatic species. Finally, we have also adopted measures to protect marine mammals from ship strikes and have provided guidance to reduce on-the-water noise from ships that help to address the adverse effects on marine life. We're also working very actively on the problems of on-the-water noise radiated by ships, which has a negative impact on biological resources. Next year's World Maritime theme will be Our Ocean, Our Obligations, Our Opportunity. This theme will allow us to focus on the importance of IMO's contribution and the ongoing global efforts to protect the ocean from the numerous threats it faces from human activities, to highlight the importance of coordination among all stakeholders in the maritime sectors, to ensure the sustainable and safe utilization of ocean resources, and our support to the 3rd UN Ocean Conference in June 2025. I want to reiterate my sincere appreciation to the Italian Navy for hosting this event, and thank you for your continued commitment to protecting the world's oceans. I would also like to acknowledge, in particular, the Amerigo Vespucci, which flies the IMO flag and was recently awarded for its constant commitment to environmental sustainability and sea protection initiatives. I wish you all a successful start to these proceedings, and I hope that the discussion over the next 3 days will lead to positive results, especially regarding the governance and the unexplored areas of the ocean. Thank you.
Distinguished guests, I will now hand over the stage to Mr. Pierroberto Folgero, CEO and Director General of Fincantieri, main sponsor of the symposium. Mr. Folgero, please.
Good morning everyone, to all the constituencies gathered from all over the world, and thank you to Admiral Credendino for thinking of it and making it happen. It's truly a very beautiful location. I believe you are appreciating also this perspective of Italy and of the Navy. And I like to say beauty, it's a kind of technology. So beauty in itself, it's a technological expertise. So that's the beginning of the story. I would like to tell you about the sea, how much the sea is triggering innovation, how much the Navy is validating innovation, and how much today we need breakthrough innovation. And in order to build the argument of the link between sea, Navy, and innovation, I would like to spend 2 minutes about a different story, which is the story of Guglielmo Marconi. We have celebrated, along with our partners of Leonardo, 150 years from the birth of Guglielmo Marconi. He became Nobel Prize in 1909 when he was 35 years old only. And basically, he is the father of the wireless telecommunications, because he invented the radio telegraph, and in general, he invented the radio waves that are, in a sense, the predecessors of electromagnetism and therefore of radar. This very young guy was so important for innovation and for the sea. And the link with the Navy It is because, for example, a submersible was named Guglielmo Marconi in 1939, and a submarine was named Guglielmo Marconi in 1980. And even a nuclear submarine was designed in the 50s and expected to be under the name of Guglielmo Marconi. So Italy was thinking for the future. And then, for political reason, it was abandoned. He was the inventor of antenna that we know today. And you know, his connection with the sea is amazing, because what he noticed is that the telegraph was connecting London to New York, but was no communication at sea. So when a ship was going away beyond the horizon, the ship was totally disconnected and isolated. So again, the extreme environmental condition of the sea triggered a very important invention. That was the invention of the radio telegraph. And you know, at that time, the Italian Navy gave the opportunity to make experiments on these radio links in a destroyer that was called Carlo Alberto. So the Navy created the possibility for Guglielmo Marconi to test radio waves and to go beyond the issue of the impossibility to communicate when you are at sea. So again, the extreme environmental condition of the sea in association with the Navy created a breakthrough innovation. So I want to touch base on this because I strongly believe that we are today in a similar condition. So the underwater is probably the most complicated and complex idea of extreme environmental adverse conditions. And I strongly believe that in association with the Navy, we will create a new set of products. Why? Why and why today? Because today is very clear in this hybrid war set that there are threats that were underestimated. If we think of the Mediterranean Sea is not the biggest sea in the world, is not an ocean, but is the most congested in terms of density of cables, pipelines, immigrants, 3 religions, seabed mining, and things like that. So now it's time to go for new capabilities, and I'm sure that during this event we will strategize about the need for intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance. We will discuss about area denial, and we will discuss about infrastructure protection. So those are new capabilities that will be validated by the Navy, and they will create a new set of technologies for the whole industry. Because I would like to introduce a second concept, that the new underwater has to be dual, without rhetoric. Dual is not a way to hide financing to the Navy, as it used to be in the past. Dual is the future. So those new technologies will be exploited in the adjacencies market, adjacencies needs of the civilian world. You know better than me how much there is this world of energy at sea, electric cables, but also energy at sea, seabed mining, as any speaker will talk about, and even aquaculture. So those technologies will be nurtured, will be validated with the Navy, but then will create a set of technology to be developed and exploited in the adjacencies, in the civilian market. And this is for sure a value. So it will be very critical to join forces between the naval underwater capabilities, which are whatever is around submarines, and industrial underwater. The industrial underwater was developed by the oil and gas sector. You know, in the oil and gas, they are accustomed to manage oil wellhead operations since ever. So there is a lot of existing technology in the industrial underwater coming from the oil and gas sector. So it comes to my, what is the role of Fincantieri in this two-dimension world of naval capabilities and industrial oil and gas capabilities? We feel very much involved because the strength of our company is to be expert in the technology of the sea, with long roots in the naval military business, by being also in the rest of the sea technology domain. We enjoy dominant market share in other kind of shipbuilding, for example, the ships specialized in offshore operations, in which we are already experiencing remote-controlled and autonomous vessels, and we are also in the cruise business with the dominant market share. So we are very concentrated in creating and joining the forces between the civilian technologies and the naval technologies in a new world that will join these dots, will connect these dots more and more. So it's time for new products that are concentrated on endurance and autonomy, first of all, new communications, under the water. Again, Marconi would have loved it, Guglielmo Marconi would have loved this challenge. Under the water, there is no way to communicate. It's all about optic and acoustic, and we need to evolve those technology. It will be about miniaturization. We don't have to think of the new underwater bigger and bigger, but will be an exercise to be smaller and to take care also of these new capabilities and new missions also in shallow water. It will be the space for artificial intelligence, because you know better than me that the less are reliable telecommunications, the more you need to have vessels and drones and assets that are self-sufficient in accomplishing their mission. So I strongly believe that artificial intelligence underwater will be accelerated by the hostile environmental condition at sea. Obviously, it will be a world of drones, but also of launch and recovery systems of drones. ROV, remote operated vessels, that are already there in the oil and gas space, and new sonars and new effectors. So the vision of Fincantieri is to push hard on these new assets. You will elaborate a lot. It's a new concept of a ship being a system of systems, but also a ship being a mothership, orchestrating a number of different assets and coordinating the mission through a new C2 with the new command and control systems. And let me put the spell on technology once again. Another message I would like to convey today, and that we are experiencing from the first line, is that the capitals in the technology space, let me call it the Silicon Valley money, are realizing that there is a new space which is called the dev tech. So there is a lot of capital that is accustomed to invest in pure technology that now is realizing that there is a huge demand for technology in the defense. And not necessarily the traditional industry of defense is accustomed to be as fast as the demand of the Navy will be. So we, as exponent, representative of the traditional defense industry, we are interacting with these new players because we believe that it's time to go beyond the traditional paradigm in terms of research and development models, in terms of time-to-market models. So in this new technological space, there will be also new players, again, from the technology into the defense more and more. And that will be a big breakthrough and big revolution in the industry. We in Italy are organizing ourselves. Today, Minister Crosetto was very clear on the importance of Polo Nazionale della Subacquea. I would like to put the spell and make a little bit of pledge for him, because he was foreseeing this underwater revolution well ahead of times, even before he became a minister. So he created, along with the Navy, this Polo Nazionale della Subacquea, which is very well set for two reasons. One, it is because it's dual by design, it's dual by concept. Two, because it connects big companies, SMEs, and startups. So if I'm correct, if it is time to revolutionize our industry, we need to liaise and connect with small and medium enterprises and startups without rhetoric, being fast and joining forces. So the Polo Nazionale della Subacquea will be dual and will be big and small at the same time. This ends my speech. We as Fincantieri feel as the orchestrator of this new ecosystem, at disposal of European defense and at disposal of the international geopolitical platform of our country. And I believe that with this kind of mobilization, with this kind of energy, including you attending today such a well-set conference, we will create a very fertile, a very productive and powerful environment for new Guglielmo Marconi technologies to happen all together, join forces with the Navy. Thank you.
Distinguished guests, I would now invite to the stage for his speech Ambassador Francesco Maria Talò, the advisor to the Italian Ministry of Defense for International Affairs. Ambassador, please.
Buongiorno. It's a great pleasure to be here. And I would like to thank everyone for being here, and of course, Admiral Credendino, who organized such a marvelous meeting for all of us. Meeting, because the sea is the place where we meet, and Venice is a place to meet. This is the very place to be today. I also would like to emphasize the importance of the reason why we are here. We have just said repeatedly that we come from the sea and we depend on the sea. You see how much we depend from the sea. We have much in common here, all together, and we should add that we depend on what is under the sea. But today, before the interventions of the real experts, let me try to propose you a general overview on today's system of intertwined interdependencies and the need to be at the same time connected without depending too much on anyone. So this is the true challenge. We live in a globalized world. We cannot go back. We cannot disinvent globalization. But at the same time, we have to de-risk. We have to be independent by connecting. So this is really a great challenge. And independence and freedom through connections and Navy is the key point. Therefore, I would like to take this opportunity to express my gratitude and pride for the Italian Navy and our naval industry, great shipyards like here. First of all, Fincantieri. They are wonderful heirs of the Venetian Republic and its shipyards with the arsenal where we are now convening. 90% of traded goods are shipped by sea, according to the International Maritime Organization. And that's why freedom of navigation is crucial. As stated in the Apulia G7 leaders communiqué, maritime security and navigational rights and freedoms are critical to ensuring free movement of essential commodities and destinations and populations all over the world. This is really why navies are so important today, to ensure something which is important for our daily life. And this means that in the same time, the seas unite, but we have to work to do this. And it is meaningful to do this in Venice, in this place where Marco Polo was born, and he died 700 years ago. And in this place where a ship a day was built, a ship a day. We can say that a ship a day keeps the enemy away. Certainly, it's important to remember this. But at the same time, we have to protect, these ships has to sail, to navigate, and we have to protect the way to navigate. So Marco Polo is honored this year, and it will be honored by the Italian President Mattarella in a few weeks, going to China. And Prime Minister Meloni was a few months ago in Beijing inaugurating an exhibition about this great merchant of Venice. And here you see the very place where we are now, the arsenal, where a ship a day was produced. But we have to be updated. We have to work with the new challenges of technology. It has been mentioned the underwater with La Spezia, but La Spezia is also home of a test center in the framework of Diana. Diana is something I'm very proud of because we worked a lot at NATO in order to develop a network of incubators, a network of test centers where we can really produce innovation together with the most innovative research centers and industries. And a test center is also in La Spezia. And in La Spezia, there is the Center for Maritime Research and Experimentation, CMAR, which is conducting, for example, research on climate change, activities in the Arctic, which is another very important area, and we will speak about this later. But like I said, you have to be free to navigate, but on the other hand, there are choke points. These were mentioned earlier by Admiral Credendino, and the Navy, the Italian Navy, together with other friends and allies, is working, for instance, near choke point number 6, where there is a very severe threat to freedom of navigation, because like you can see, the access to the Mediterranean via Red Sea and Suez is blocked by activities of a terrorist organization. And what they are doing is not to show the flag. It's crucial to protect the daily life of families who are producing goods in northern Italy, or families who are working in a harbor here in Venice or in Sicily. But that's why we need a real 360-degree vision. This is really necessary. And in this sense, we have to connect dots. We have to think that the sea is really obeys to a logic of physics. Seas are connecting vessels. So waters flow from one side to the other, and everything is very much interconnected. And we have to think in really a 360 degrees way. This means that all crises are connected. We have insisted a lot on the need to think 360 within our Euro-Atlantic organization, within NATO. What happens in the south doesn't remain in the south. What happens in the east has repercussion in this region. But now I think we have to think in a global 360 way. What is happening now in Ukraine will have repercussion in East Asia, where there are many critical points, as you can see. And what happens in Eastern Asia has repercussion on the Middle East and the other way around. So it's really a circle we have to take into account. We have to connect dots, and the seas are the vehicle to connect dots. In this sense, I would like to emphasize the importance of the concept of Indo-Pacific. This was something that was highlighted especially by Shinzo Abe, the former Prime Minister of Japan, when he insisted on the goal on free and open Indo-Pacific, which is now widely recognized. And in this framework, you see how much there is a link. We can speak about the chain of chains, and you can see the importance of the Mediterranean, this small sea in the center. So the Mediterranean is now again what it should be by definition, the sea in the middle. And you can see that Italy is in the center of the Central Sea in the world. It's in the middle between the two most important basins in the world, the Atlantic and the Indo-Pacific. And that's why Italy is now having back its really central position in the world geostrategy. But we have to work. There is a great opportunity for the Mediterranean, but there are threats like choke points which are blocked. And there are threats because also the climate change, which is changing somehow the environment. But this is something, let's say, for the mid-long term. Now, the importance of the Mediterranean is also linked to what is happening in the Indo-Pacific, where we can say there is the factory of the world. You know that in 2023, China contributed around 30% of the global manufacturing added value. So one single country makes 30% of products in the world. And another place, an island which is even smaller, Taiwan, a small island, contributed almost 64% of the world's semiconductors. And its production of sub-7 nanometer high-end integrated circuits generated a global market share of more 70%. This is how important is the production of semiconductors in Taiwan. And then they travel by sea, using the Indo-Pacific, and very often going to the Mediterranean. But in this sense, of course, Venice, the queen of the seas, here we see Venice next to Neptune, offering gifts to Venice by Giambattista Tiepolo, is crucial. And we can speak about another concept, the concept of Indo-Mediterranean. This is a vision I would like to propose you today. I would no more speak about enlarge the Mediterranean, like very often Italians used to do, but I would like somehow to utilize the concept developed by Shinzo Abe, Indo-Pacific, which was very successful, and using this term, he really focused on a very maritime way of thinking, which is consistent with an insular country like Japan, instead of using Asia-Pacific, which is more continental. So now we don't use anymore, or almost anymore, Asia-Pacific, but Indo-Pacific. Same way, we can use Indo-Mediterranean. So the link between these two seas. And you see how much, for instance, from the old times, the Romans were connected with India. You see a lot of Roman coins have been discovered in India by archaeologists. And in this framework, we have had an important development. I was a little bit more than 1 year ago, September 23, at the G20 in Mumbai. In this occasion, an important initiative had been launched, IMEC, India, Middle East, Europe Economic Corridor. So IMEC is a way to connect India and the Indian Ocean to the Mediterranean, therefore to Europe. crossing the Arabic Peninsula. So it's same time ground transport and sea transport is intermodular. It's a way to create a redundancy. It's a way to create diversification, because this is another key word, diversification, to be independent. And we see now how it is important to somehow avoid situation like the current one at the Bab el Mandeb, at the entrance of the Red Sea, or what happened by accident at the Suez Canal a few years ago when a ship was blocking the usage of the canal. It's an important initiative also because it unites China, the Emirates, the Gulf countries, possibly Israel, and Europe. So somehow it could be part of a concept of a startup region in the wider Middle East. Of course, when you arrive in Europe and in the Mediterranean, we can consider the northernmost harbors in the Mediterranean, which are exactly in this region. Venezia, Venice, Trieste, the harbors in Slovenia and in Croatia, Capodistria and Rijeka, Fiume. They are part of a system of harbors which are very convenient because you see how close they are to the economic heartland of Europe. Germany, Poland, the Czech Republic, Austria are very close to Venice and to Trieste. And then we have another opportunity from here to connect with two seas, two European seas, the Baltic Sea north, which, where we have important allies and which is very close to Eastern Europe, and the Black Sea. So they are both very close to Trieste. So this is really a way to underline the importance of the IMEC project and the links between India and the Adriatic Sea, the Mediterranean at large. So in this sense, we can think about a chain of chains. I said there is another initiative, and it's a peculiar one. I don't know how many of you are aware, but there is an initiative involving countries in the Bay of Bengal. So Western India is linked to Europe via IMEC, but at the same time, Eastern India and other countries are working together around the Bay of Bengal. And then you can go further east, and there are the countries of ASEAN. And so this is really the idea of creating a chain of chains. And our vessel, our tall ship, Vespucci, is really going around all these wonderful pearls of these chains. And this is it has been defined the most wonderful vessel in the world by the aircraft carrier Independence in the 60s. I consider so this Indo-Mediterranean vision the most appropriate, and I think that we can walk on this, and it's also important because it's very much linked to the opportunities which can be offered by Africa. You see that much of Africa, with the Piano Mattei that Italy has proposed, is also an Indian Ocean continent. So I think that really we have great opportunities, up to us to take profit of it. But it will not be forever. That's why we have to act now. Climate change is a factor. There is the very well-known Northwest Passage, but I also would like to emphasize the importance of the Northeast Passage, which can be an alternative for the transportation of goods from the what I've called the factory of the world, the extreme east, and Europe, going north. This could be convenient because it's 10 days less than the alternative route through the Suez Canal. But on the other hand, you see that most of this journey is around Russia. And we already noticed how much this is part of the cooperation between Russia and China, how much this can have a very important political and, let's say, geostrategic consequences. And already Russia is speaking about this when we mention the problems we are having with the Houthi at Bab el-Mandeb. But in any case, we have to prepare. We have to build, for instance, more icebreakers. This is a category of ship which is going to be more and more important. And actually, the National Security Advisor in DC underlined the importance of building icebreakers. And I think we have the capacity to do this. And to end, I also would like to mention another concept which was mentioned by Prime Minister Meloni in her Raisina speech dialogue a bit more than 1 year ago in New Delhi. This is the concept of peninsularity. We often hear about the concept of insularity. Insular countries, islands, of course, they have a very special character. Then there are continental countries. Very often they are landlocked countries. But I think that in the world there are at least 3 important peninsular countries. One in the Far East is Korea, which has the problem of being divided, but it's certainly a peninsula. The other 2 are India and Italy, the 2 eyes. And they are in the same time attached north with the continent. So India is certainly an Asian country. Italy is certainly a European country, and we are very proud to be European. But at the same time, we are a maritime country. We are surrounded by the sea, almost surrounded. I think that this is very important. It's not by chance that we are creating more and more opportunity between our 2 countries without excluding anyone. One example are the cables, which are going to connect more and more India, that means Asia and Europe, thanks also to Italian companies like Sparkle, which is working together with big companies like Google with the Brul Raman project, which can be considered somehow part of this system of systems, which is the IMEC. So I think really we have so much to do together. We have, of course, to protect our seas, like it has been saying now by the IMEC Secretary General. What is commonly said is a phrase which is a Latin phrase, so it dates back to the Romans, which is navigare necesse est, vivere non est necesse. So navigation is necessary, living is not necessary. What does it mean? Of course, we have to live. But in order to survive, we need to sail. And this is an exhortation by a Roman leader to his sailors to risk their life in order to transport the necessary grain from the provinces to Rome. So the importance of supply chains already at that time was crucial, and the Navy is crucial in order to protect this. So let's sail and remember how necessary is our commitment to the sea. Thank you all. Grazie.
Thank you, Ambassador. Distinguished guests, the first part of the day is coming to an end. Before diving into the core of the symposium, it's time for an analysis that will prepare us for the second part of the session. To this aim, I would like to invite to the stage Professor Vittorio Emanuele Parsi. Professor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for inviting me, Amerigo Vespucci, to share with you some thoughts and some few things to add to the magister lecture that Ambassador Telon made before me. So I try to say something aside, even if there is not much to say again. So let me just say that if I think about the future and even the current situation of the international political system, I think that volatility is the key concept for the coming years. It's a concept borrowed from financial markets, as you know, in which volatility has increasingly become a structural element. It is what makes us perceive an increase in unexpected events, but which we should call an increase in intervening variables, in their frequency, in their possible combination. It is a result of the growing in speed and the increase in variables that determines change. It implies that predicting evolutions, scenarios, and even individual facts or events will be much more difficult than it has ever been. We are dealing with macro and medium-term trends that we can frame, but which in turn, in mutual interaction, produce immediate consequences at a micro level and in the short term, and interface with intervening variables, what we normally call unforeseen events, that force us to adopt continuous and rapid decisions in a scenario of strong uncertainty. It is the dimension of a continuous change. And this fact produces a paradox, if you think about it. It is easier to outline medium long-term trends than to make short-term forecasts. This causes a sort of shock. We have a clearer vision of the horizon, and we are at an extremely confused one of the waters in which we navigate. And it is the opposite of what we consider normal. Just to give an example, the worsening of relations between the West and Russia dates back at least to the Munich conference in 2006. And in the following years, Moscow has shown its willingness to use force to pursue its interests and to reform by war the structure of international order on several occasions. Georgia 2008, Ukraine 2012, Syria 2013. But the decision to unleash a large-scale invasion of Ukraine in February 2022 took almost everyone by surprise. Similarly, the worsening of relations between Israel and the various Palestinian political military formations was evident, but the events of October 7, 2023, and the subsequent war in Gaza and its following enlargement had not been foreseen. In such a situation, we run a risk. The risk of anticipating the transformation of the trends as a factual reality, thus making a mistake in the precise analysis of the elements, depriving ourselves of a series of concrete possibilities for intervention and inducing us to choose policies that are not timely, not synchronized with reality. Just to give another example, we constantly hear that we live in a multipolar era. But what we can say, really, is that the unipolar order that characterized the years around the beginning of the century is rapidly losing energy. But not that we are already in a fully multipolar system. And anyway, what characteristics is this order assuming? On what institutions and principles will it be designed? In the face of ongoing international tensions, will we witness a new alignment based on the political regime of the different states, for instance, democracies versus autocracies, or will a north-south alignment prevail? Our perception of reality is altered and creates a trap, the same one for which going to dinner in an excellent restaurant and reading the description of the dishes on the menu, we convince ourselves that we know how to reproduce the dishes at home. We confuse the menu with the recipe book and overestimate our capacity for action. But on the other side, the sensation of the nonlinear trend of reality can lead us to a specular error, that of underestimating our ability to react and to contribute to directing in one direction or another the transformation of the trend into fact, and therefore to deresponsabilize ourselves, so to live as spectators and not as actors. Let's think about the force that the globalization will take and is already taking. We hear about friendshoring, nearshoring, but what implication do these formulas have for global supply chains, for instance? And what about the future of globalization per se? If we just elaborate a little bit the concept of globalization, we have to remind that globalization is the economic side of what we call the liberal world order. So it's a product of a kind of leadership on the system of the so-called Western powers, especially the United States. That means that all the rules and institutions that have been designed to try to govern, to give a governance to globalization, were fought inside a precise system of thinking, principle, and rules. What will happen to globalization if the leadership of the system will be taken by another different country, with a different political system, with a different institutions, with different principles, different ideas of what is right and what is wrong? Because we know that the world will remain connected in economic terms, and this is something that is quite certain, but how to connect this world change a lot and depends from the political leadership of the globalization. And institutions have been crucial in the Western world to think the order of the world. What has been developed after the Second World War was a very, very vigorous and a rich tissue of institutions, never seen before. Sometimes we forget this aspect. Sometimes we forget that when we think about the world is not just the result of powers relationship. Of course, power relationships are crucial. Of course, economic relationships are crucial. But at the same time, institutions are crucial as the other two matters that compose the world. We don't think about institutions normally because institutions, when they work, are quite invisible. And we reflect on institutions just when institutions don't work. Think about the crisis of UN when a permanent member of the Security Council is involved in some crisis and the UN is blocked in his capacity to do something. So we are moving toward a period of relative divergence between the economies and policies of the great powers and macro regions of the world, as the ambassador Telot showed us before. Even the apparently neutral concept of new routes or new supply chains is always but not neutral, has a deep political meaning, a deep political consequences. So the point is that we are living in this world that is entering a period of relative divergence between the economies and the policies of the great powers and macro regions in the world, after that we having lived in a period of great convergence for over 30 years. Think about the beginning of the century. Sometimes it's said that October the 7th, 2023 is the September 11 of Israel. Think about September 11 situation. Think about the American and Western reaction to the terroristic attack of September 11. The tentative to reshape the world order to avoid that terrorists can produce worse consequences in the war. In that period, the war was completely different from now on. It was a unipolar war. Nobody was able to impede the United States to try to design the war. If you think about what is the situation now, we have not just different powers that are able to block or to avoid this tentative, but even there are alternative design for the leadership of the war. There are alternative ideas of world order that were not on the stage 25 years ago. Nobody wanted to exit the liberal world order. China was happy to stay in the global order led by the US after entering in the World Trade Organization. Russia was a power that was having trouble in Chechnya and was having trouble in submarine rescue in the North Sea, in the Arctic Sea. So the world is completely changed. And in this completely changed world, we have to ask what consequences will all these have on the functioning of multilateral institutions. How will work a system that remains complex and interdependent, but with a bug in the functioning of international institutions? So a world that is much more complex than ever, much more interdependent, but with a tissue of international institutions that are less and less effectively working. That's a great challenge for us, for our future, and for our attitude to how to think to put order into the system. So how open will, for instance, maritime communication routes remain? How multilateral, cooperative, and responsible will be the exploitation of underwater resources? From the answer to these questions, it will depend how brave the new world will be. These are not academic points, academic questions. Are questions that have a direct impact on the rate of bravery of the international system of the future, the immediate future, and how we will deal with the threats in the underwater world, in these underwater made of pipelines, communication lines, and so on. So this is the increasing complex world in which we find ourselves, and in which we'll find ourselves living. And in such a situation, the ability to react promptly becomes at least as important as that of planning accurately. I don't want to underestimate the work of the Terzo Reparto of the Italian Navy in saying that, but probably the ability to react promptly becomes even more important than the ability to planning in advance. As important as it has ever been. This passes evidently from a great attention to the process, so as to be able to identify possible errors and correct the procedures and the final output based on the new inputs that continually intervene, constantly upgrading and testing our new forecasts, strategies, and plans. This is why today, more than ever, we need to develop new models and to deepen and innovate our theoretical knowledge and comprehension of international politics. Experience is important, experience is relevant, but what we desperately need are new paradigms, new models, new theories for some aspect, for understanding how this world could be tried to be governed. But to be able to act effectively in such a context, we also need to make significant adjustment in the culture and the structure of our organizations. Planning and strategic thinking remain important, of course, but we will never be able to predict all the variables, which is why flexibility, rapid reaction, open-mindedness, frankness, and a cooperative attitude play a crucial role in the ability to quickly identify errors in order to correct them, rather than chasing hyper-planning obsessions We need to stimulate some of the typical characteristics of open societies and make them effectively operational in our structures, so as to allow leadership to focus where its role is irreplaceable. It is the multiplication of observation points and the distribution and the localization of decision-making points that allows us to identify and correct errors more quickly. The observation of changing phenomena from multiple points of view is vital to be ready to react as a team and make decision-making more agile. Only increasing the external observation point and the internal communication flows allows for an increase in reaction speed, both in managing the constantly changing context and in problem solving. If all team members are made responsible for this reactive approach, then they can freely focus on the object of the error or the wrong process to be corrected, instead of simply finding the culprit, perhaps to protect themselves, in an individual and therefore limited perspective. It's a great cultural effort, first and foremost, but for which the navies have an advantage. Because if we think about it for just a moment, this is exactly how life on board works, in which the captain can wisely make crucial decisions because he can count on a staff of department head officers, in turn supported by non-commissioned officers, who are not only his eyes and ears throughout the ship, but also points of decentralized leadership, essential for the proper functioning of the ship. So to conclude, what awaits us then is a not so short period of sailing through stormy waters. But being sailors, this should not worry us unduly, because at the end of the day, this is precisely what we were trained for and is the life we are choosing. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Professor. Now, before ending the session, let's give the floor one more time to the sea. Distinguished guests, this concludes our morning session. Now it's time for a well-deserved lunch. Before leaving the venue, please allow me to highlight a few logistic details. Heads of delegations will have lunch at the Padiglione delle Navi, while assistants will have lunch at the Cadidio Hotel. Please reconvene here for the afternoon session at 13:50 in order to resume the works at 1400. Thank you. Dear guests, we're about to start. Please take your seats. Dear guests, I think we can start with the first panel. Distinguished guests, welcome back. Before delving into the core of the first panel, I would like to give the floor to Professor Andrea Margelletti, President of the Center for International Studies and advisor to the Italian Minister of Defense, who will provide us with a brief overview of the topic we will be discussing this afternoon. Professor Margelletti, please.
Italian Chief of Naval Operation, dear friend Enrico, Admiral Officer, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm sure that you will understand if, as Italian, as a guest of Italian Navy and inside an Italian military base, I will switch to my national language that I'm sure that you will truly appreciate. As Admiral Enrico Credendino said, the language of Dante that has the same dignity of a language of Shakespeare. Noi siamo abituati a guardare in alto, siamo abituati a usare come senso, forse uno dei sensi principali, se non il principale, la vista, gli occhi. E gli occhi guidano a volte anche i nostri istinti, le nostre ambizioni, i nostri sogni. E gli occhi ci portano a dire che l'alto è il nobile. Si sale in alto quando si fa carriera. Guardiamo in alto come aspirazioni. E soprattutto guardare le stelle, guardare il cielo ci permette di sognare. In questo sono totalmente d'accordo con la relazione dell'ammiraglio Credendino e di quanto mi ha insegnato l'ammiraglio Binelli Mantelli, già capo di Stato Maggiore della Marina e della Difesa italiana. Buonasera, ammiraglio. Il fatto di fidarsi dei propri occhi non vuol dire che però noi non dobbiamo utilizzare uno strumento che non è quello della vista, ma è quello del cervello, quello del buonsenso, caratteristica che i marinai conoscono molto bene. Allora io oggi vorrei dirvi che forse noi dobbiamo, seguendo anche le parole del ministro Crosetto, cominciare a guardare alla prospettiva diversa. Che alto è bello, ma forse non è giusto. Che alto è nobile, ma forse non è più utile. E ricordarsi che se guardiamo e utilizziamo gli occhi per osservare e guidare i nostri passi, se noi non guardiamo i nostri piedi, noi cadiamo. Ma vi dico solo anche che quello che è importante in ciascuno di noi, e nessuno lo sa più di un marinaio che vive di tradizioni, sono fondamentali le radici. E le radici dove sono? Le radici sono sotto di noi, le radici sono profondamente sotto di noi. E allora io credo che valga la pena per chi va per mare capire che le rotte e i venti cambiano e bisogna seguire sia le rotte che i venti quando cambiano, e che quindi l'opportunità di esplorare quello che è sotto di noi, quello che noi non vediamo e che quindi non vedendolo è più difficile da immaginare, ma è solo per gli esploratori. questo valga la pena di andarlo a vedere. Noi abbiamo sotto di noi, nel nostro pianeta, ricchezze inesplorate, ricchezze che vanno prese, sfruttate in maniera sostenibile, organizzate e difese. E tutto questo noi non solo non lo stiamo facendo, ma lo stiamo addirittura disattendendo. E credo che questo incontro, il 14° simposio della Marina Militare Italiana, che ospita le principali marine militari di tutto il mondo, che hanno peraltro un framework democratico, sia un'occasione unica, non solo per lavorare insieme, ma per riconoscere una cosa, che se vogliamo veramente sfruttare questa grande, incredibile, unica occasione, dobbiamo dare merito, e questo lo faccio non solo come cittadino di Genova, una città di mare che ha dato i natali a qualcuno come Cristoforo Colombo, che di mare se ne intendeva, ma lo faccio dando merito alla Marina Militare Italiana, che ha avuto il coraggio, con le poche risorse che ci sono sempre, di essere tra le prime al mondo non solo a volere esplorare questo dominio, il dominio subacqueo, in maniera diversa da come con eccellenza anche la flotta navale italiana, la squadra navale italiana ha fatto da sempre, ma immaginando un mondo diverso, immaginando un dominio subacqueo che possa interagire in maniera completamente differente ma sinergica agli altri domini nel quale le forze armate italiane operano da sempre. È per questo che sono particolarmente interessato in questi giorni a essere qui ad ascoltare e soprattutto da tutti voi a imparare. Grazie alla Marina Militare Italiana per l'occasione. Fair winds and foul winds, gentlemen. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Margelletti. Let's now dive deeper into the main business. Welcome to the first panel. Today, our aim is not just to explore the vast opportunities and resources this environment offers, but also to critically assess the risks and challenges they face. The panel will last approximately 2 hours, including a coffee break and a Q&A session. We are going to analyze the underwater dimension from a security and environmental perspective. Together, we can chart a course towards a sustainable underwater future, recognizing that the health of our ocean is intrinsically linked to the well-being of our planet. Having this in mind, I would like to invite the distinguished speakers of the panel to join me on the stage. Professor Alessio Patalano is the chairperson. Admiral Juan Andrés de la Maza Larraín. Admiral Akira Saito. Admiral Emanuel Ogalla. Admiral Navid Ashraf. Mr. Massimo De Benedetti. Mr. Carlo Festucci, Mr. Michael Lodge, Dr. Andrea Piccioli, accompanied by Dr. Lucentini, and Rear Admiral Luigi Sinapi. We can now start the session. Professor, please, the floor is yours.
Captain, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. It's absolutely a delight to be here, and I'd like to take the opportunity to thank Admiral Credendino and the Italian Navy for the opportunity to be here with you today. I'm literally surrounded by stars. That's a very envious position to be in, and one that makes my job extremely easy in one sense, because of the incredible experiences that the different speakers bring to the table. But also incredibly challenging, precisely because of all those experiences, and surely it's going to be very hard for me to give justice by handpicking one particular part of their distinguished careers to present to you. The order for the session this afternoon, we will have 2 components with a break in the middle of about 20 minutes. For the first part, to my right, Admiral de la Maza, Admiral cited to my left, and again, Vice Admiral Gala and Admiral Ashraf will be the main speakers of this first panel. And if you think about, they cover an incredible amount of ground. We go from West Africa into the Indian Ocean to the Antarctic and back into the waters of the Western Pacific. This already is telling us something about the transnational character of the importance of discussing seabeds. This is a conversation that is of value internationally, and we all are keen to have. But we all also take our own specific, the peculiarities of the regional environments within we operate. And so as a result of that, I'm genuinely looking forward to their presentations. Three things that emerged from the biographies of the different admirals. The first one that really struck me is how all of them have a considerable amount of international educational experience. Some of them studied at the US Naval War College, at the German Naval Academy, and at our own UK RCDS, or the Argentinian Naval War College. And that tells you something about navies and the importance of having conversations that go beyond the boundaries of national shores and exclusive economic zones. The sea is first and foremost one fabric that unites us, and that is reflected in the background of their careers. The second thing that struck me in all the biographies is how on the table for this first component of the panel, we have admirals that actually took time to either teach or direct core institutions of education in their respective organizations. Again, that is symptomatic of something that really belongs to navies in this respect. This incredible opportunity to learn your profession as you exercise it and you practice it for a number of years, but then take those lessons back to those of the next generation so that the navies continue to progress. And the third thing that struck me is that they all have very different backgrounds. We have missile specialists, ASW specialists, surface specialists, hydrographers. That is the level of potential perspectives that we could have being delivered across over the next 40 minutes or so. Now, my job is very easy, as I said, because really they will provide the food for our thoughts. However, the only sort of hard thing is time management. So I will try to make sure that we stay on target. Each speaker will have 8 to 10 minutes for initial remarks. Then we'll have a break, come back with the second session when I will introduce the other speakers before leading towards a remaining 20 minutes of question time so that you can join the conversation and take us to a different place from the one we're starting. So without any further ado, Admiral Del Maza, the floor is yours.
Buonasera, buenas tardes, good evening for everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Before beginning my presentation, I would like to thank to the Italian Navy, especially Admiral Enrico Credendino, for the kind invitation to participate in this forum, which I believe represents a unique opportunity to share our views and challenges regarding the protection of the seas and the underwater. There is no question that collaboration is key for this matter, and the presence of so many heads of navies proves that we are all willing to work together, making our friendship and bonds grow stronger. Chile is a maritime country, open to the Pacific Ocean throughout its territorial extension, with an exclusive economic zone of almost 3.5 million square kilometers, approximately 4.5 the size of the national land territory. Thus, the sea is directly connected to our nation and its people. The resources and opportunities that the sea offers are vital, and its protection and sustainable use represent a great responsibility to my country and its Navy. In this sense, the conservation of marine life, marine resources, and the aquatic environment also constitute an essential part of our vision as a defense and security organization. To this end, we must first consider gaining a real science-based understanding of what is happening beneath of the ocean surface. In Chile, the Hydrographic and Oceanographic Service of the Navy has 361 paper charts and almost 350 electronic navigational charts. Each of them is the result of extensive oceanographic voyages, during which the seabed, its geography, and its characteristics have been studied in detail. The aim is to gain a comprehensive knowledge of what is there, to ensure the safety of navigation and to help identify sustainable ways of using it. In addition, the combined effort of public and private stakeholders from the academic and research spheres have proven to be the best way to achieve robust strategies that lead to the efficient use of resources and the preservation of the aquatic environment. The National Oceanographic Committee, chaired by the Chilean Navy, is a coordinating body for national organizations and agencies involved in the research of the oceans and their natural resources. This committee has been able to carry out important research programs in remote and isolated marine areas that are difficult to access, enabling the development of the more profound knowledge of the seabed to support the state's decision regarding its sustainable use. In this respect, the Navy, on behalf of the State of Chile, is the organization that monitors all scientific and/or technological marine research carried out by national or foreign vessels within its national jurisdiction, including its extended continental shelf. Another important aspect to be taken into consideration is the marine resources that lie under the sea. Fishing is by far the largest industry, which can sometimes threaten the sustainability of the conservation of these resources over time. Although the Pacific Ocean is protected by regional fisheries management organizations, this is not the case in other parts of the world, and the threat of illegal, unregulated, and unreported fishing is growing aggressively. In this regard, the Chilean Navy constantly carries out preventive operations for the control and surveillance of the marine fisheries, with the aim of protecting marine resources from overexploitation and ensuring that they are used in accordance with the established law and regulations. Chile has also developed a model of marine protected areas, under which we currently have more than 1.4 million square kilometers of marine protected areas, equivalent to 43.6% of our exclusive economic zone. This could grow in the near future with the new initiatives under evaluation at the national level. In direct relation to the conservation of marine resources, the International Maritime Organization, IMO, is currently updating its guidelines to reduce underwater noise from shipping and its negative impact on marine species and fauna. This impact, which has been widely documented in recent years by various technical and academic sources, has provided the basis for the work carried out since 2014, and it's hoped that a consensus will be reached that will enable member states to carry out a 3-year experience building phase. In addition, Chile has been selected as one of the 6 leading pilot countries in the GLONOIS Partnership Project, a technical initiative of the IMO that aims to bring together the various research activities related to this issue and support capacity building in order to develop effective standards for countries and their governments, with a view to a friendly and sustainable interface between the maritime industry and underwater ecosystems. The depth of our oceans have also served as a communications platform between countries and even continents. One example of this, and a vital underwater asset for global connectivity, are submarine cables. In fact, they carry more than 90% of the world's data traffic, including telephone calls, internet, and financial transactions, supporting, contributing to and materializing the transfer of information that underpins the global economy. It also connects nations and enables seamless communication between them, contributing to economic security. In our country, as in any other, the submarine installations allow the transmission of strategic information, including military communication, and supply electricity to some remote areas, integrating them into the main system and ensuring the continuity of essential services. For any state, these submarine structures are assets that must be part of the security and defense strategy. As an example of the progress made in this area, at the beginning of this year, Chile signed an agreement with Google for the installation of the first digital link between South America and Oceania. In other words, the first transoceanic fiber optics submarine cable in Southern Pacific, covering more than 14,000 kilometers. In addition, a few weeks ago, we started the bidding and negotiation phase for a second fiber optic submarine cable, which will connect our southern cities, Punta Arenas and Puerto Williams, with the Antarctic. We are very proud in becoming pioneers in enhancing the communication and connectivity with this continent. Looking to the future, the ocean's depths also unveil sources of renewable energy, where the proliferation of offshore wind farms with underwater cable laying and various anchorage maneuvers is seen a real possibility for a clean energy transition. The latter includes a new challenge in terms of environmental protection, sustainable interaction with marine ecosystem, research, capacity building, and initiative development. At the same time, new strategic approaches are emerging that requires the security and protection that our navies must provide. A complex and exciting challenge lies ahead. Finally, it's important to emphasize that the maritime industry and marine ecosystem knows no boundaries, and therefore measures to conserve the world's deep sea should not only be pursued at the national level, but also at regional and global level. Currently, the Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction Treaty is being presented as the first global governance standard for the ocean to the high seas, with a focus on their conservation, protection, and sustainable use. Chile has made this commitment by recognizing the treaty and offering the city of Valparaíso as the site for its secretariat. This is a tangible demonstration of the country's interest in the protection of our oceans, the efficient use of their resources, the protection of their ecosystems, and the need for effective coexistence in a sea that unite us and strengthen our planet every day. Finally, I must say that we completely agree with the Symposium's motto, "We come from the sea and we depend on the sea." Thank you very much.
Amiral, thank you very much indeed, not only with for the discipline and the time management elements of the story, but also for laying out in front of us this question of how the meaning of security from a Navy perspective is changing, it's expanding, and at heart, there is an enormous amount of work that the Chilean Navy is putting into, widening into its understanding of what it means to access the ocean and their seabeds, how to sustainably exploit them, but also how to do that whilst at the same time ensuring a preservation of the ocean that is necessary. So a very strong message. Thank you very much for that. Looking to my left, Admiral Saito, the floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm Admiral Akira Saito, Chief of Staff, Japan Maritime Self-Defense Force. It's my honor to join 14th Trans-Regional Seapower Symposium, and I appreciate the strong leadership of Admiral Credendino, Chief of Italian Navy, in making this successful gathering possible with the participation of so many chiefs of Navy and other representatives. This is my first time to participate in TRSS, and I must commend the exceptional quality and scale of Symposium, truly impressive, including the spouse program. I even suggest to swap out this speech and join the spouse program, but my team politely declined. While my wife pursued her mission to explore the city, I am pleased to be delivering my speech on the sea that support this city beauty and prosperity, especially focusing on the Indo-Pacific where Japan is situated. Currently, as much as 99% of international communication is transmitted through submarine cable, connecting individuals and communities. It is said that operating submarine cables span a length of 1.2 million kilometers, equivalent to approximately 30 laps around the Earth. And many of these are also installed in the Indo-Pacific. In addition, about 90% of the world cables are provided by companies of Indo-Pacific nations, such as Subcom US, Alcatel Submarine Networks, France, and NEC in Japan. The Indian and Pacific Ocean have so much opportunity and potential to continue to our prosperity, as there exists many trenches, including the Mariana Trench, which has a depth of over 10,000 meters and is rich in seabed resources. Giving thought to the safe use of underwater domain, the Nord Stream pipeline bombing, which occurred in Europe in 2022, was a shocking incident where threats against critical undersea infrastructures, or CUI, became a reality. In the Pacific, there are about 20 cases a year where the submarine cable are damaged, mostly due to fishing activities or earthquakes. However, we witnessed a case in 2023 where two communication cables connecting Taiwan mainland and Maso Island were cut, with some reports saying it was deliberate. In the light of developing diving technology and UUVs, it is necessary to be vigilant against disruptive activities leveraging such innovation. We are also following some US media report last month sounding the alert for potential sabotage by Russia in the context of increased military activities near CUI. From the security perspective, we need to consider submarine cables as another threat. There are several challenges in protecting CUI, the biggest being the fact that the oceans are vast and deep, and protecting all CUI is not realistic. It will especially be difficult for cable laid in deep waters. A sufficient level of technology will be required for deep water operations, which will also be costly, making underwater domain awareness the very first step in CUI protection a demanding mission. For the preservation of the underwater, which is the theme for today, I must again stress that it is necessary to advance underwater domain awareness, or UDA. MDA tends to focus more on what occurs on the surface of these waters, and has been enhanced with surveillance from space and international cooperation. But as for UDA, there is still much room for improvement. As it is the case for MDA, we must ensure that what is collected by our eyes, which are surveillance and surveys, are transmitted and shared through our nervous system, enabling us to visualize what lies below the surface of the waves. Then, what should we do for UDA, which is an essential piece for security of the underwater? I would like to introduce some of Japan's activities. The Japan Agency for Marine Earth Science and Technology, or JAMSTEC, and Japan Coast Guard has been conducting core research and hydrographic surveys for research developed, including the Seabed. Seabed survey and research outcomes from JAMSTEC are available online for the development of seabed research and as a common good contributing to the Seabed 2030 project. This ambitious project aims to complete seabed mapping by the year 2030. Needless to say, the JMSDF also conducts survey and provides data as necessary. Recent development of unmanned autonomous technology has enabled new means for UDA. In Japan, JMSDF, JAMSTEC, and private equities cooperate in developing multi-purpose unmanned underwater vehicles that are capable of running long distance for long periods and obtaining precise data for future operations. To gain ground in UDA, it is crucial that we reinforce our eyes with the technology and also our nerve system, which will share data with our ally and partners. It will allow us to respond before any damage is done, or expand our vigilance when CUI is in threat. For the safe use of the underwater domain, protecting the submarine cable and pipeline is a pressing issue. On the other hand, the oceans are boundless, and the protection of CUI will not be enough. It took Japan nearly 10 years after World War II to remove approximately 70,000 mines in surrounding water of Japan, some of which damaged merchant vessels. And Japan also collaborated with other countries to eliminate mines after the Gulf War. Without even raising Black Sea as an example, we can see that underwater mines have great impact on SROC. Our focus must also include these traditional threats that rise beneath the surface. The ocean should be common good, bringing prosperity and peace to all, and used based on rules remaining free and open. To reinforce technology and equipment and to cooperate in exchanging information are crucial roles we must take on. Japan has reiterated the importance of free and open oceans, especially through the vision free and open Indo-Pacific, and has tirelessly continued to make efforts with our ally and partners. The JMSDF will do everything in our power to maintain free and open seas with all our government organizations and incorporate with other navies and forces. Thank you once again for giving me the opportunity for a speech in this splendid conference. Thank you.
Admiral, thank you very much. Your presentation falls naturally from the previous one in highlighting and sort of giving us a bit of a zooming into the particular question of connectivity through the networks of undersea cables and pipelines, which really are at the heart of the conversation of asking the question, how the 21st century is a maritime century? Well, it is a maritime century because our dependency on the sea has changed and is now reaching stages that we've never experienced before. And you talked very much about how, in particular, if we think about undersea cables, pipelines, this element of underwater domain awareness as a component of the broader maritime domain awareness, but one that precisely because of the significance of the economic activities taking place around the seabeds today, perhaps requires a much greater dedication. And as a part of a response, I particularly like the fact that this isn't just about how navies protect and defend critical undersea infrastructure, it's all because that's impossible in many ways. It's also how we make the system more resilient in terms of dedicating, therefore, efforts in specific aspects when defense is required. And that interagency conversation that you outlined for us is perhaps a very important point to start off with. Thank you very much for that. Now, again, looking over to my right, Admiral Ogella, the floor is yours. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Admiral Enrico, the head of the Italian Navy, distinguished heads of navies, my co-panelists, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. First, I must say that already this symposium is bringing out new concepts that I really never thought of before, and I'm glad to be here today. I feel honored being here today to speak on this topic, preserving the underwater, the secure and sustainable use of the underwater. I consider this topic appropriate, particularly at this point when nations are making efforts to expand their blue economy, which involves sustainable exploitation of resources in the marine environment, including fisheries, hydrocarbons, as well as other activities like maritime transport, tourism, among others. The African Integrated Maritime Strategy recognizes that the underwater holds enormous resources crucial for advancing Africa's blue economy. But while harnessing the ocean economy, we must preserve and protect the environment. In this regard, the responsibility of securing Nigeria's maritime environment is statutorily vested on the Nigerian Navy. My remarks will therefore reflect on Nigerian Navy's perspectives as it relates to preserving the underwater resources for sustainable use and economic prosperity of our dear nation. Specifically, I will discuss our maritime area of interest, the shared responsibility to secure this maritime environment, and our efforts at combating threats in the maritime environment, as well as our future perspectives. Nigeria's maritime area of interest stretches beyond the 200 nautical miles exclusive economic zone. We recognize that the Gulf of Guinea presents a heritage of shared responsibilities and mutual expectations. Consequently, our maritime area of interest encompasses our internal waters, the territorial sea, the exclusive economic zone, and the entire Gulf of Guinea. This vast maritime space constitutes the Nigerian Navy's operating environment. The area has enormous underwater resources and serves as a medium of seaborne trade, which accounts for over 85% of Nigeria's trade volume. It has a teeming aquatic species and a reservoir of non-living natural resources. The Gulf of Guinea is also among the most fertile hydrocarbon provinces in the world. Nigeria has over 36 billion barrels of crude oil reserves, and over 182 trillion cubic feet of gas reserves. These underwater resources account for a substantial percentage of our gross domestic product and foreign exchange earnings. Now, in line with the United Nations Conference on the Law of the Sea, about 60% of the oceans are outside the national jurisdictions, which implies shared responsibility for preserving and securing the underwater. The interconnectivity of the seas also compares collectivism in global strategies for enhanced maritime security in order to preserve underwater resources for safe and sustainable use. This is the reason why the African Integrated Maritime Strategy sought to foster increased wealth creation from Africa's seas by developing a thriving blue economy in an environmentally stable manner while preserving underwater resources in a secured environment. Similarly, the vision of the ECOWAS, that is the Economic Community of West African States Integrated Maritime Strategy, is a prosperous, safe, and peaceful ECOWAS maritime domain that will allow preservation of underwater resources for environmentally sustainable development and national prosperity. Both the ECOWAS and the Africa strategy ought to be driven by navies to satisfy the security component as a precursor to the attainment of the economic component. The recognition of this shared responsibility has been the impetus for various collaborative efforts to address maritime security in Nigeria and the region as a whole. Prominent among these is the 2013 Yaoundé Code of Conduct, among other initiatives. Now, I look at Nigeria's contemporary threats to our underwater resources. The contemporary threats impeding sustainable use of Nigeria's underwater resources include illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing, sea robbery and piracy, smuggling, oil theft, marine pollution, among others. I will touch on a few of the efforts we are making to address these threats. And these efforts include the National Maritime Strategy, which we just recently launched. In June 2022, Nigeria articulated its National Maritime Strategy, drawing from the Africa Integrated Maritime Strategy. The strategy seeks to promote Nigeria's economic prosperity, growth, and development through the sustainable use of marine resources in a safe and secure environment. The National Maritime Strategy promotes compliance with domestic regulations and international conventions, protocols, and charters. Significantly, it enjoins stakeholders to play their roles for maritime security, preserve the underwater resources, and harness the blue economy for our economic prosperity. The Nigerian Navy has shown commitment also towards regional / international maritime security frameworks. We play a leading role in the ECOWAS Standby Force and other regional security initiatives, such as the Zone E of the Yaoundé Code of Conduct, which comprises the Republic of Benin, Niger, Togo, and Nigeria. The Nigerian Navy also collaborates with the European Union through the European Union Strategy and Action Plan for the Gulf of Guinea to address transnational organized crimes in West and Central Africa. We have been involved in several bilateral and multilateral exercises such as the Grand African Nemo, Crocodile Lift, Flintlock, and Obangame Express. And these engagements are geared towards collaborative maritime security and preservation of the marine resources. Now, recently, the Nigerian government established the National Hydrographic Agency. Of course, we know that ocean survey and charting is key to preserving the underwater and also key to removing the issue of sea blindness, which affects our nations. Recognizing this fact, the Nigerian Navy Hydrographic Department was recently upgraded to National Hydrographic Agency to address charting and seabed mapping of our waters and the region as a whole. The Nigerian Navy recently also acquired 2 offshore survey vessels, which will be utilized by the National Hydrographic Agency to ensure adequate mapping of the seabed. The agency therefore aims to collaborate with relevant stakeholders to achieve its goal of sustained charting and seabed mapping for increased safety within the nation's maritime domain and the Gulf of Guinea as a whole. Now, some of our operational responses towards preserving and sustaining security for adequate exploitation of underwater resources. The Nigerian Navy carries out maritime security operations to ensure our maritime environment is secure. Our operations are based on a trinity of action concept, which entails surveillance, response, and law enforcement. Surveillance involves the deployment of our maritime domain awareness infrastructure, while response entails the deployment of air and surface platforms for patrols. Law enforcement, on the other hand, involves ensuring that offenders are properly prosecuted and justice is served. Our operational responses have led to Nigeria being removed from the list of piracy-prone countries since March 2022, which we have sustained till date. Now, we're also making effort towards local shipbuilding. Within the last decade, the Nigerian Naval Dockyard Limited and the Naval Shipyard Limited have built several vessels, including seaworld defense boats. We are also currently constructing 2 additional seaworld defense boats, which we hope to launch by mid-2025. The Naval Dockyard and the Naval Shipyard has further embarked on the repair and overhaul of ships for some countries within the region. The Nigerian Navy shipbuilding and repair efforts intends to build higher tonnage vessels and is poised to contribute to the nation's blue economy and also to contribute to the sustainable exploitation of the underwater resources. Now, to our future perspectives. The Nigerian Navy have embarked on extensive fleet renewal efforts and capacity development for improved efficiency towards maritime security in line with our statutory roles. Our future direction will be guided by operational realities in the emerging strategic environment. Cognizant of the decline in resource allocation in the face of competing and compelling national needs, Nigerian Navy future direction will seek to optimize technology and use of artificial intelligence for maritime security. We will broaden partnership at international and regional levels and also sustain advocacy for effective prosecution of maritime crimes. Further specific objectives for our future perspectives include upgrade of Nigerian Navy maritime domain awareness capability to ensure that our operations are target-driven and cost-effective, improved shipbuilding capacity to ensure that we are able to overcome the challenges of foreign procurement. Also, we want to consolidate on our ongoing fleet renewal efforts. Others are also consolidating of existing collaboration as well as capacity development for improved operational efficiency. I want to thank the Italian Navy for giving me this opportunity to make this presentation today. Thank you all.
Absolutely wonderful. We started the conversation with Amilo Della Mazza talking to us about how the concept of security as applied in the maritime domain is currently being stretched down by the new dimensions that we have to engage with. And then Amilo Saito brought to us this particular question of the seabeds and the underwater domain awareness and the interagency work. Now, Amilo Logala added another layer, which I think is absolutely crucial, and that is placing the understanding of dealing with the maritime domain not just as a purely departmental issue, whether it is the Navy or the Coast Guard, but place it at the heart of the concept of national security. This idea that you need a national maritime strategy, and coming from the UK, I'm quite jealous that you have one, because we don't. And that would be actually a really good thing, because it needs to sit at the very heart of government, so to have that framework of capacity, direct the different stakeholders, clarify the responsibilities. But you said also something else that in that context was really interesting, this idea of the African integrated maritime strategy, which becomes a tool that connects the national efforts to the regional one and creates a conversation in which the place in between the boundaries is the one where you have that coordination. So thank you very much for that. Now I'm looking to my left again. Amil Ashraf, the floor is yours now.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Honorable Chiefs of the Navy, learned panelists, and distinguished audience, Assalamu alaikum and a very good afternoon. Rachel Carson, the marine biologist, emphasized in her work, The Sea Around Us, written in 1951, to develop a sense of responsibility and recognize the fragility of the underwater ecosystems. Ladies and gentlemen, we live in a world where conflicts over land have a deep impact at sea, and what is done at sea tremendously influences to what happens over land. Eventually, our actions on either of the mediums profoundly affect the underwater with inescapable consequences. And for instance, in the ongoing Russo-Ukraine war, Nord Stream 1 and 2 gas pipeline explosions in the Baltic Sea in September 2022 released over 100,000 tons of methane gas into the atmosphere, contributing approximately 15 million tons of CO2 emissions, worsening the global warming. The consequent impact on the underwater was substantial, with 20 square kilometers around the blasts. A merchant vessel, Rubimar, which sank off the coast of Yemen on 2nd of March this year, is a ticking bomb for the marine environment. With almost 21,000 metric tons of fertilizer and the resulting oil spill, it is not only affecting the marine species, but also the livelihood of the coastal communities. MV Sunyon, carrying over 150,000 tons of crude oil, was set ablaze in the Red Sea on 23rd August 24. The vessel has remained adrift with rising flames on her deck for weeks, and currently salvage efforts are underway to avert the massive marine disaster, which can contaminate vast areas, disrupting marine life for years or even decades. Ladies and gentlemen, these disasters indicate one stark reality that we often overlook: the fragility of the underwater and the catastrophic consequences of our collective negligence. It also raises critical questions that how much more can our oceans take before irreversible damage is or has already been done? How are we doing to secure and sustainably manage resources beneath the surface? And how navies can contribute in averting these disasters? This is the guiding creed for my today's talk. The underwater is essential for productivity of marine and terrestrial environments' nutrients. Oceans are a primary source of 20% of the protein intake for over 3 billion people globally, and sustainable fisheries are crucial for our food security. They absorb over 90% of the excess heat generated by greenhouse gas emissions and approximately 30% of carbon dioxide emissions. This process helps to moderate global temperatures and is vital for preventing more extreme climate changes. Regrettably, about 90% of the world's fish stocks are fully exploited, overfished, or depleted. The CO2 that is absorbed results into irreparable damage to the underwater, causing many fish to go extinct. This alarming statistic reflects the unsustainable use of the underwater. The degradation of these ecosystems not only endangers marine biodiversity, but also jeopardizes the support they provide, which are essential for human well-being and survival. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe that the preservation of underwater ecosystems and the sustainable use of marine resources are critical to ensuring global biodiversity, economic stability, and the cultural heritage. I contend that through a combination of stringent international regulations, innovative technologies, and effective conservation strategies, we can secure a sustainable future of the underwater while balancing human and the environmental needs. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at what the underwater offers from the deep. The deep seabed mining. This emerging industry has garnered attention due to the growing demand for critical minerals essential for the modern technologies, particularly in the context of renewable energy and the electric vehicles. These deep sea resources are estimated to be valued between 6.2 trillion and 12.4 trillion pounds, encompassing metals like cobalt, nickel, copper, and manganese. With such momentous economic dividends, it is our collective responsibility to preserve and protect them for our future generations. Ladies and gentlemen, the recent adoption of the Treaty on Conservation of Biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction, or commonly known as the High Seas Treaty, is a significant step. Pakistan has taken a lead role in consultative process for the treaty as chair of G77 in the 2 intergovernmental conferences at the United Nations. Developing countries around the world have minimum footprints at high seas for economic activities. Therefore, the treaty would be more beneficial for the developing nations to gain economic dividends through blue economy, albeit after they have access to the requisite technological tools for sustainable use of underwater resources. I am looking forward for all the participating nations to ratify the treaty for responsible use of high seas for our future and pool in resources for capacity building of the developing nations. Ladies and gentlemen, another aspect that has gained significant traction in recent years is the seabed warfare. Many of us are aspiring to enhance connectivity through undersea cables, meet energy requirements through underwater gas pipelines, and power cables while gearing up for deep sea minerals extraction, etc. At the same time, there are some who are focusing on developing capabilities to protect their underwater infrastructures while targeting others in case of a conflict. I echo the concerns of Admiral Franchetti that are underscored in our Nav Plan 24 by noting how undersea pipelines and cables have become targetable. This is the dimension where dangers to the underwater are ominous. The International Seabed Authority, mandated to control all mineral resource-related activities in the international seabed area, has a vital role to play in conflicts over access to resources and for ensuring compliance with the international regulations. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe that the navies have an important role to play in preserving the underwater and averting potential maritime disasters. Pakistan Navy is a strong advocate of maritime security and sustainability of the maritime environment. We welcome other nations to join us in our efforts in this direction. We are starting Aman Dialogue concurrent to our multinational exercise Aman in 2025. This will provide an opportunity to the chiefs of the Navy and the Coast Guards of participating nations to promote shared understanding on maritime security issues, including the protecting the underwater resources for our future generations. Similarly, I would say, going beyond the present, the future holds a number of challenges in preserving the underwater. Environmental impact assessment of the underwater activities has to drive our future course of action. Implementation of regulations through consultation prior extraction of deep seabed mineral and this is where the international community needs to commit to the principles of engagement and cooperation. We have extended invitations to many navies for participation in the Amman dialogue, and I may re-emphasize that we can share these issues further at that forum as well. The co-option of developing nations through capacity building to employ modern technological tools in their maritime zones for sustainable use of underwater resources. Gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, we believe that the oceans are a common heritage of mankind. Navies have a responsibility to cooperate with each other in securing the maritime domain for its sustainable use. We shall continue to use our capability to ensure peace, stability, and sustainability at seas, which are vital to economic progress and prosperity in the world. I thank you all.
Admiral, another superb speech that reminded me my old Julian Colbert thought, because you introduced something that when we talk about navies with navies, we should always remind ourselves, and that's what Colbert used to say, that events and activities at sea matter insofar as they affect events on land. But today you introduced this concept to us in a slightly different fashion, because you told us events on land will affect what happens at sea. And you're mentioning to the war in Ukraine, of course, with the sabotage related to it, the alleged sabotage, certainly introduces that element of connectivity land and sea. But you also say something really important about how the sea is more likely to affect events on land, because now pipelines, the sea cables, they are potential targets of forms of coercion, pressure. So we're renewing the thinking of something, this long-standing truth that Colbert put out there of that relationship between the sea and the land, but we're giving new meaning to it. And so thank you so much for highlighting that. What can I say? We are bang on time. We have 20 minutes for a coffee break and stretch our legs, and I want you all back in 20 minutes sharp so that we can crack on with the second part of this panel. But before we do that, can you please join me in thanking my panelists for this first part? Thank you.
Last but not the least.
Last but not least.
Bravissimo.
Distinguished guests, I kindly ask you to take your seat So we start again the session. There are available seats closer to the podium, so please come closer. So, distinguished guests, we can start the second half of the panel, and I'm glad to give the floor back to Professor Patalano. Professor, please.
Wonderful, thank you very much. I'm deeply sorry if we have to crack on. I know that these conferences are incredibly important, particularly at the margins of the main discussions, because the coffee breaks are an opportunity to get to know each other better. But alas, we have a hard stop at 16:30, so we have to sort of crack on with this. Now, the second part of this panel, I like very much the way it was set up, because in the first one we had the chief's perspective, but now we're talking about, and we're going to give the floor to the other stakeholders that are absolutely essential and central to a better understanding and a better capacity for resilience and security and the sustainable uses of the undersea. And I'm delighted because we have representatives from some of the very important different organizations that have to contribute to that picture. In particular, I'll go in order of speakers' proceedings. We have the CEO of the Center for Naval Technical Study, Mr. Massimo De Benedetti, who will be followed by the Italian Federations of Companies for Aerospace, Defense and Security, the Secretary General, Mr. Carlo Festucci. And then we move on with the Secretary General of the International Seabed Authority, and I'm looking forward to his comments, Michael Lodge, about how the International Seabed Authority will be incredibly central to our conversations as we move forward. But also, we have Dr. Andrea Piccioli, who comes from the Italian Higher Institute of Health. And we talked about communities in the first part of the panel, but I'm really looking forward to this second component of the conversation in that respect. Last but by no means least, Rear Admiral Sinapi, who comes from the International Hydrographic Organization, the director, and we know from the previous panel that getting a better picture, a better understanding of the undersea is absolutely central for our ability to think about how to address it. And when I take their biographies all together, there's three things again that struck me. One is the link between research and innovation in terms of giving us an understanding of the complexity and the convergence of different layers of the undersea that goes from the seabed but also to the water itself. The second is the very important intersection between defense and industry, and the link between the two in operationalizing how technology might actually make a difference in our capacity to deal with the undersea domain. And the third element is this question of governance. What are the frameworks that will enable us to properly engage with this space? So, as for the previous part of this panel, each speakers have 8 to 10 minutes. And I would emphasize 8 more than 10 minutes, but no pressure there. And by the end of the presentations, we'll try to have a bit of a question time. So without any further ado, Mr. De Benedetti, the floor is yours. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Before starting my talk, I wish to thank the Chief of the Navy, of the Italian Navy, Admiral Credendino, for having organized this outstanding symposium and for giving us the opportunity to share the following with such an outstanding audience. In my talk, I will touch briefly 4 points. The first one, I wish to give you an overview of Cetena, that is a corporate research center of Fincantieri. Then I will give you some international context about underwater radiated noise, and then I will describe you the relevant activities that we are carrying out in this domain, and then I will try to draw some conclusion concerning how we can improve or how we can reduce further underwater radiated noise. What is Cetena? Cetena, as I told you before, is a corporate research center of Fincantieri. We founded in 1962, so we are active for more than 60 years. And we are a community of about 110 people in 7 sites. And the interesting thing is that 70% of these people are STEM graduates, and now more than 10% holds a PhD. Cetena collaborates with national and international authorities for participating in research projects. And what we mainly do is to provide specialized consultancy and activities in research and innovation. And I think that what is quite interesting of this organization is that we put together 3 different aspects of research and innovation. Specifically, we are quite good at developing numerical model and numerical methods to improve naval architecture. Then we are quite good also in sea trials, so we are able to develop numerical model, validate numerical model with sea trials, and then we use this algorithms to simulate the real behavior of ship at sea. Now, going to underwater radiated noise. Why do we care about underwater radiated noise? Well, up until 20 years ago, this was a topic of exclusive military interest, basically because it has a great impact on signature of surface ships and submarines. But more recently, the scientific community has highlighted potential effects on the marine environment from large mammals to plankton, both because it provokes direct harm to living beings and also because high background noise compromises their communication and, in some cases, consequently, their social life and reproduction. The main sources of anthropogenic noise are geoseismic surveys with air guns. The second is piling of seabeds to install foundations, and then ship and sailing. At the international level, before the 2008 EU directive, there were mainly standards and technical norms, like, for instance, the International Council for the Exploration of the Sea, issued by ANSI and ASA, related to the definition of physical phenomena regarding radiated noise and measurement methods, but there was no regulatory purposes. Afterwards, the IMO issued the first guidelines defining good practices, and classification societies gradually introduced additional class notation on a voluntary basis. The first were DNV and BV, followed shortly by RINA with the dolphin notation. Now, all major registers have a similar notation to improve the underwater radiated noise. Meanwhile, in the ISO context, there has been continuous updating and much more detailed development on the regulatory framework. In recent times, new approaches are being defined that, although not yet binding for ship owners, tend to encourage virtuous behavior. For example, the Port of Vancouver has introduced discounts on port fees for ships that have obtained an additional notation among those mentioned above. Meanwhile, within the IMO, there is a working group active and oriented towards potential future developments, including regulatory aspects. Over the past 15 years, the European Union has funded several research initiatives on the topic of underwater radiated noise, and during this period, Cetena has participated in all the major funded projects in this field. Within this project, Cetena's role has primarily involved the study and numerical modeling of the main sources of underwater radiated noise, like, for example, onboard machinery or cavitating propellers, and the experimental characterization of underwater acoustic emissions, contributing to international technological advancement in this area. The expertise gained in this context has subsequently been consolidated in industrial application, and this has led Cetena to develop and integrate a numerical experimental methodology made available to the group, briefly described below. From left to the right, there is the benchmark of various numerical models versus sea trials carried out in the Silent V project. Then in the Sonic project, we made a comparison of calculated versus observed cavitation patterns in model scale. And then Gator's rendering of the gate rudder studied in the project, which provides significant benefits in terms of both propulsive efficiency and URN reduction. During the years, we have developed a numerical approach that brings benefits from the convergence of various numerical tools and calculation methods. From simpler semi-empirical models suitable for the initial phases of the project to more complex CFD analysis for detailed propeller design studies and to fluid structure interaction models that account for the influence of the structure dynamic behavior. The significant and unique added value of this approach is in its strong integration with experimental data, both at model scale, given the numerous active collaboration that we have with universities and tanks and tunnels, and at full scale, as Cetena, as I will describe later, is independently capable of managing complex underwater radiated noise measurement at sea. The numerical models used by Cetena have been validated at every step of their development, and the methodologies adopted are constantly refined through comparison with extensive real-world data we possess. Once consolidated, the developed methodologies are shared with the group, with Fincantieri Group, to be gradually integrated into the project spiral. Concerning at-sea experimental campaign, the measurement system we developed consists of a vertical array of 3 hydrophones used to measure the underwater noise, lowered from a supply boat, which waits for the arrival of the ship being tested at the agreed location. After arrival at the agreed measurement site, the target ship transits at a straight line course, both in port and starboard aspect, between a starting point and an ending point, to achieve the so-called closest point of approach. The ship reaches the starting point about half a mile far from the array, then the measurement run, alternative from the port and starboard side, is started, and the ship reaches the ending point. Typical value of the minimum distance between target ship and hydrophones array is around 150 to 200 meters. And that depends on the ship and depends on the different rules, the ship size, and so forth. The ship hydrophones distance at the CPA is estimated with differential measurement between 2 GPS antennas, positioned one on board the ship and one on the boyau, supporting the hydrophone array. Concerning measurements, these are the description of the main ships that we measured from the underwater radiated noise aspect. And that's clear that from this slide, it's clear that the first interest was on naval ships, and then going with the time, the same interest was for cruise ship. And this is this is an interesting slide because it shows that the skills developed in the naval field can be applied also on the merchant, on the passenger vessel. And actually, this is one of the main roles that we have at Cetena, that is to develop skills in one business, and then, thanks to the fact that Fincantieri has different businesses, apply the same skills in the different businesses that we have. Then I come to the conclusion, and just to briefly describe you what can be done for reducing underwater radiated noise. And among the various technological solutions currently available for underwater radiated noise reduction, Cetena can particularly contribute to the highlighted categories. An example of innovative propulsion is in the pump jet, that is a sort of ducted propeller coupled with a stator that we studied in one of the H2020 project, that is Saturn. All this comes with the great benefit of being able to independently test and validate the performance of the developed solution at full scale. As a recent example, we can mention the MSC Explorer II that we delivered a couple of weeks ago, for which we measured and RINA certified, based on our measurements, the achievement of the RINA Dolphin additional notation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for bringing us a very detailed, concrete, in-depth example of how that link between technology and innovation does make a difference. Two things in your talk that really struck me. One, the advantages of a research center that gets access to multiple data, which gives then granularity in terms of your capacity for analysis and the ability to have transferable results coming to that. And the other one was very much about how technology is not only a part of the answer, but is also empowering research to be able to harness a larger number of data, bring them together, and identify different ways to address the problem. In this particular case, the ideas of focusing on propulsions, propellers, equalizers, different aspects of the engineering process which, working together, produce a different result. So thank you very much for bringing this to us. Now, moving on. We talked about research innovation. Time now to talk about how Trade Association for Aerospace, Defense and Security brings the conversation to the next level. May I have Mr. Vespucci to the floor, please? Thank you.
Grazie. Stamattina, dopo aver sentito il dibattito, mi sono domandato cos'altro ci sarebbe stato da dire oggi pomeriggio. Io cose intelligenti, per quello che mi riguarda, non ne ho trovate. Per cui probabilmente dirò delle cose banali, che servono però magari a stimolare un po' il dibattito. Riflettevo stamattina leggendo un giornale che nello spazio sono stati investiti 1.000 miliardi di dollari nel complesso sino ad oggi, e nessuno ha mai pensato, sia chiaro, è stato giusto farlo, perché aver esplorato lo spazio ha significato implementare tecnologie, fare un salto di qualità alle nostre aziende, tutto quello che noi possiamo immaginare. Mi domando perché non abbiamo mai pensato di sviluppare le stesse cose sotto l'acqua. Che ci fossero le terre rare, che ci fossero i materiali, che fosse necessario difendere le infrastrutture strategiche. Non è che lo scopriamo stamattina. Anzi, io vorrei ringraziare l'Ammiraglio Credendino che ha voluto intitolare questo simposio all'Underwater, che finalmente oggi nessuno di noi potrà dire che almeno non sapeva di cosa si parlava. Nessuno di noi non può dire che non sapeva qual è il valore che abbiamo nei nostri mari. E allora noi dobbiamo cominciare a ragionare da questo punto di vista. Io non dirò le cose che sono già state dette, le infrastrutture, come si fa, come non si fa. Io mi pongo il problema di cosa noi dobbiamo fare per far sì che questo progetto vada in porto. Perché vada in porto questo progetto? Noi dobbiamo fare una cosa che ha detto stamattina il Ministro, dobbiamo cooperare, che dobbiamo evitare di fare l'errore che abbiamo fatto in superficie. Non dobbiamo diventare degli antagonisti, noi dobbiamo diventare delle persone che collaborano per far sì che in ogni parte del mondo, quando noi abbiamo un bisogno, sappiamo che stiamo lì a lavorare uno per l'altro, perché il problema dell'underwater non è un problema delle marine militari, è un problema degli Stati. Quando qualcuno parlava di duale, non si intendeva solo duale come tecnologia, si intende come duale proprio anche da un punto di vista politico. Noi abbiamo bisogno che sia chiaro il concetto che parlare di underwater significa parlare di politica, significa parlare di questioni che riguardano tanti campi, significa parlare di politica estera e quindi significa parlare dell'essenza dell'intelligenza politica. Questo è quello che noi dobbiamo immaginare. Quando nella scritta che c'è alle mie spalle si dice che noi veniamo dal mare e dipendiamo dal mare, io aggiungerei una scritta: noi dipendiamo anche dai nostri governi. Perché se non riusciamo a far capire ai nostri governi che per far partire un progetto come questo sono necessarie risorse, e sono necessarie risorse umane, sono necessarie risorse tecnologiche e sono necessarie risorse finanziarie. E allora qui ci sono 60 marine, le più importanti del mondo. Quando ognuno di noi torna a casa nel proprio paese, sarebbe bene che spiegasse ai propri governanti cosa significa, perché questo progetto significa il futuro di quello che può essere la sopravvivenza del nostro paese, perché, faccio un esempio banale, alle nostre aziende si chiede per esempio di essere rapidi nel produrre, ma come facciamo a produrre se non abbiamo i materiali? Come facciamo a produrre più rapidamente se non riusciamo a sviluppare nuove tecnologie? Ecco, questa è la scommessa che noi abbiamo davanti. Allora, dato che nel pomeriggio le cose diventano sempre più pesanti e ripetere le stesse cose è del tutto inutile, io lascio solo questo messaggio. Ricordiamoci di quello che abbiamo messo in piedi. Le marine dovrebbero essere orgogliose per essere quelle che l'hanno preso in carico. Adesso dobbiamo essere capaci di depositarlo nelle mani di quelli che devono decidere che questo, chiamiamolo settore, chiamiamolo come vogliamo, deve poter partire e fare concorrenza e diventare davvero la nuova frontiera, quella che ci consentirà di fare tutte quelle cose che in tutta la giornata ci siamo detti, ma che per farle bisogna mettere in piedi non un simposio, non un dibattito, ma mettere in piedi tutte quelle risorse e quelle capacità di cui ogni paese ha bisogno di poter fare. E so che è difficile ragionare di queste cose, perché nessuno di noi ha ricchezze in avanzo, però quando si vuole essere, come si diceva, come dire, anche un po' visionari, bisogna avere il coraggio anche di essere impopolari. E allora diciamolo, abbiamo bisogno di risorse, avete l'obbligo di trovarle, perché se no parlare di queste cose è del tutto inutile. Una cosa strategica lo è, se lo è davvero, perché se poi in una cosa strategica non si investe, allora quella cosa in realtà strategica non era.
Mr. Vespucci, thank you so much for reminding us that even the most important and comprehensive discussion, unless it leads to a political awareness on what to do next, will only have limited results. That was something, what you say, that struck me. Very often we hear about the promise, how a new field like the undersea, it's a promise of an opportunity. And what you were saying there, perhaps is we need to ensure that political elites understand the distinction between opportunity and commitment, and it is commitment that then delivers on the opportunity. Otherwise, a promise without a degree of commitment does not help investment into the materials, the technology, the innovation, all the fields that are the building blocks of delivering in that. And I particularly like the fact that the ask is not just about money, but it's also about human capital. It's about how to ensure that the people that need today to imagine the future of tomorrow have the transferable skills to actually come to that conclusion. So thank you very much for that. But any conversation about politics is always followed by a conversation about legal frameworks. And I'm looking to my right, to Michael, because it's time to take the floor. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and let me thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity to speak at this year's event. This is the first time that the International Seabed Authority has been represented in this forum, which I think is a very welcome development for a forum that is designed to confront contemporary maritime challenges. At a personal level, let me also say that I'm delighted to be back in Venice for the second year in a row, actually the second time within a year. I had the great pleasure to be here last year when the weather was a little bit better than it is today, to sign a very important cooperation agreement on marine scientific research with the Italian National Research Council, which significantly increased Italy's commitment to cooperation and capacity building in deep sea marine science. So I just wanted to place on record my congratulations to the government of Italy on that important step forward and commitment, and particular congratulations to Minister Musumeci. Well, I'm going to speak for the next 8 minutes about the current status of international debate on the vexed subject of deep sea mining. This is a topic that has received a significant amount of media attention in recent times, including on social media, and quite often in a negative and very polarized way. And that is quite surprising in some ways, given that no deep sea mining is currently taking place anywhere. And there is still a way to go before it does take place. However, it is presented, and it is, at the moment, I do believe, a challenge for international ocean governance that needs to be addressed. However, we need to unpack the reality of what is taking place, and that is much more nuanced than the way it is often presented in the media. For a start, the great potential of marine mineral resources as a source of critical minerals for humanity is not recent knowledge. It's been known for more than 100 years. The modern era of deep seafloor exploration started more than 4 decades ago. And over that time, we've collected enormous amounts of data, improved our collective understanding of seafloor geology and seafloor morphology, and developed advanced technology to help us understand the marine environment and monitor human impacts at depth. In fact, I get very depressed when I hear the sort of statements that are made so frequently that we know nothing about the seafloor or about the depths. We know more about the seafloor now than at any time in human history. So please, let's focus on what we do know and celebrate the fact that we do know so much. And we will know more tomorrow and focus less on what we don't know. Interest in seafloor minerals and competition for resources was also the impetus behind a new concept for global governance of resources, embodied in the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea and the establishment of the International Seabed Authority. And since the 1970s, really, we've seen interest in deep sea minerals ebb and flow, more or less in line with the trajectories of the global minerals markets and great power competition for resources. So it's hardly surprising that now, when global tensions are particularly high, multilateral cooperation in every sphere is increasingly difficult, and critical mineral supplies are constrained by geopolitics, we seem to have reached another peak in the endless cycle of interest in marine minerals. We have, in the international area, 30 active exploration projects worldwide, and there is interest in national waters in many countries. Some examples in Norway, the Cook Islands, Sweden, India, Japan, and Brazil, all with active seafloor mineral exploration programs. A key difference this time round is that we know that the technology to efficiently and economically recover deep sea minerals is available and is improving all the time. The biggest challenge we face right now is the lack of international regulation. This is obviously a challenge for industry and investment, and is probably the biggest factor holding back investment. but it's also a challenge for individual states at the political level and is becoming a challenge to international ocean governance as a whole. We need regulations, not only to ensure that this new industry is fully and effectively regulated before it starts on the basis of science and a precautionary approach, but also to protect the integrity of UNCLOS and the institutions created by it. Effective international regulation is also the best guarantee of environmental protection. Unfortunately, we seem to be at an impasse in 2024. It's not for want of effort. Negotiations for a regulatory framework for mineral exploitation have been going on in the International Seabed Authority since 2014. But despite all the efforts invested so far, we have not yet concluded. We can talk about the underlying reasons for this, whether it's geopolitical tension, the impact of the marine conservation lobby that is promoting a so-called moratorium movement, particularly in Europe, or other factors. But it seems clear that the different interests are not really talking to each other. In fact, I see that over the past 3 years, positions have become more entrenched and the level of rhetoric has increased. It's clear, for example, that for some, there will never be enough scientific evidence to permit deep-sea mining. We need a breakthrough, not only to meet the target set by the Council of the International Seabed Authority of regulations by 2025, but even more so, and I come to the point of my talk, to prevent a serious threat to the stability of UNCLOS. And we should be under no illusions about the consequences of failure to manage this problem. These include the threat of unilateral action outside the UNCLOS framework, potentially taking us back to the 1970s, the very problem that UNCLOS was designed to resolve. It includes the possibility of selective application of UNCLOS provisions, which has consequences for all of us far beyond the immediate issue of seabed minerals. UNCLOS is a package, and it stands and falls as a package. Another consequence is the failure to achieve global targets for decarbonization, and the failure to deliver the promises made to developing states who have participated in good faith in the UNCLOS regime since 1982. The issue of developing states and the energy transition is, of course, another topic which I would love to talk about on another occasion. But let me simply say that I firmly believe that the developing world should not pay the price for the West's concerns about sources of energy and critical raw materials. So what can be done? And I would like to be optimistic and present some solutions, some ways forward. Well, I think there's three things. First, we need to broaden the scope of the debate and be much more honest about the terms of the debate. We need to accept the overwhelming evidence that the world needs critical minerals to achieve the climate goals that have been set at the global level. The question, therefore, is not whether we need critical minerals to support the energy transition, but how best to get them. And I was very encouraged by the remarks made recently by Mario Draghi in the European Parliament in this subject. This requires a serious and informed debate about the trade-offs between land-based mining and marine mineral exploitation. Both have environmental impact. There are no minerals that are free from environmental impact. But both can be managed by applying a precautionary approach, by using the best available scientific evidence, and by using the international law that is available at our disposal. And second, when it comes to marine minerals, we need to ask ourselves the question, which is best? A single global regime under UNCLOS with global environmental standards administered internationally with the equal participation of all states? Or a fragmented and potentially chaotic approach where effort becomes unilateral, focused on activity on continental shelves with inconsistent standards and without a global approach? I know which one I would rather go for. And third, we need to place our support and trust in the institutions and intergovernmental processes that have been established under UNCLOS in particular. These institutions, including the International Seabed Authority, are the proper forum to enable states to collectively decide how best to balance the need for protection and preservation of the marine environment and the interest in responsible exploitation of natural resources for societal benefit. The General Assembly of the United Nations, in its annual resolution on oceans and the law of the sea, adopted every year, and again it will be adopted this December in the General Assembly, consistently reaffirms that it is UNCLOS and UNCLOS alone that sets out the legal framework within which all activities in the oceans and seas must be carried out. So, Mr. Chair, colleagues, to summarize the key takeaways, the challenge of deep seabed mining presents a strong case for international cooperation. A balanced approach must be taken that considers equally risks and benefits according to a common framework. And most importantly, it is UNCLOS that provides the best global framework for a precautionary approach to decision-making with equal participation by all states. And if we use that as our guidance, we will prevail and we will succeed. With that, I thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Mr. Lodge, thank you so much for this. There's very little for me to add, but one thing that you say there, for me, is very important, and this call for action to prevent UNCLOS from receding in that central position that it has when we talk about governance at sea, as the bedrock against which we debate any particular type of solution. And this question of working cooperation with clear eyes. We live in a geopolitical time in which tensions among states is not favoring cooperation, but at the same time a recognition that minerals, critical minerals are part of the answer of our sustainable future should be the starting point to try to find the space. And keeping UNCLOS firmly at the center of this conversation, it's a message loud and clear that I think we could all subscribe to. Moving on, I will probably look into my left again to see Dr. Piccioli to come and talk to us about how all of this affects the communities from his perspective. So the floor is yours, sir. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Sitting next to me is Dr. Luca Lucentini, Director of the National Center for Water Safety. My speech will be in Italian. Ammiraglio Credendino, colleghi, esperti delle delegazioni, ho oggi l'onore di rappresentare l'Istituto Superiore di Sanità nell'ambito della delegazione guidata dal nostro Presidente, il Professor Rocco Bellantone, in un simposio unico nello scenario internazionale. Sono per questo grato alla Marina Militare Italiana per un invito che significa molto rispetto al consolidamento di una sinergia istituzionale che in passato e negli anni più recenti ci ha visto insieme in attività di prevenzione sanitaria, ma anche di ricerche di portata straordinariamente innovativa. Molti si chiederanno cosa c'entra la salute oggi nell'underwater, ma spero di convincervi che durante questa presentazione è una dorsale essenziale. La partnership tra l'Istituto Superiore di Sanità e Marina Militare si articola in molteplici fronti, tenendo conto che in attività in condizioni estreme come quelle delle Alpi fondali, la tutela della salute umana, sia all'interno che all'esterno degli ambienti di lavoro, è il presupposto per la sostenibilità e il successo delle missioni in teatri nazionali ed internazionali. Valutazione e controllo dell'esposizione ai rischi, prevenzione e mitigazione degli stessi e ricerca sono le parole chiave di iniziative e di azioni senza precedenti. L'Epidemic Intelligence può identificare tempestivamente e monitorare minacce epidemiche. Nel settore subacqueo questo approccio si può concretizzare nella mappatura dei potenziali rischi biologici in scenari internazionali, nello sviluppo di metodologie di valutazione dei rischi biologici a cui possono essere esposti coloro che lavorano in condizioni estreme. In base a questo diventa essenziale identificare strategie di prevenzione e mitigazione dei rischi alla salute. L'Istituto Superiore di Sanità è leader a livello mondiale nel settore dell'Epidemic Intelligence, coordina la rete nazionale, fa parte e coordina attività in ambito europeo e mondiale, come potete vedere in questa slide. Nell'ambito del progetto Seacare, che affronteremo tra pochi minuti, l'Epidemic Intelligence dell'Istituto ha monitorato e fornito valutazioni su emergenze infettive globali di impatto sul personale in mare e risposto a complessi quesiti specifici sul tema. La strategia innovativa con il supporto dell'intelligenza artificiale consente di combinare e analizzare più fronti di dati provenienti da strumenti, come ad esempio il Symptom Checker, che fa ricorso a sensori e dispositivi indossabili, e sviluppare un sistema di allerta precoce sull'insorgenza di patologie, oltre alla prevenzione e al controllo di potenziali focolai epidemici negli ambienti di lavoro. L'Istituto Superiore è un'eccellenza mondiale nel dimostrare l'efficienza della sorveglianza sulle acque reflue come strumento precoce per evidenziare le tendenze epidemiche, come nel caso del SARS-CoV-2. Vedete in slide come la determinazione quantitativa del genoma virale nei reflui dei depuratori italiani anticipa fedelmente i trend osservati attraverso il sistema microbiologico con i tamponi. La potenza del sistema di sorveglianza sui reflui è dimostrata nel monitoraggio tempestivo sulla diffusione delle varianti virali che nel caso riportato in slide evidenzia la progressiva conquista delle regioni italiane da parte della variante Omicron in sole 3 settimane. Straordinaria è la potenza dei biomarker che possono essere valutati e misurati per effettuare studi, anche congiunti, in ambito di sanità pubblica su popolazioni mediante l'approccio WBE. L'impiego della sorveglianza ambientale sui reflui in ambienti di vita e di lavoro ristretti e confinati può assumere un ruolo chiave nella valutazione della salute degli operatori, tenendo conto sotto controllo sul nascere l'incidenza di malattie, anche associate alle esposizioni ed eventuali inquinanti durante le attività svolte. Gli elementi critici per le esposizioni a fonti di rischio chimico, biologico sono infatti l'aria indoor, il cibo e la qualità dell'acqua. Proprio su questo elemento lavoriamo in sinergia con la Marina Militare allo scopo di garantire sistematicamente la sicurezza di un sistema di acqua potabile. È già in atto da tempo una collaborazione finalizzata alla valutazione e alla gestione dei rischi delle filiere idropotabili, di comandi, enti, navi della Marina Militare, attraverso l'adozione di piani di gestione delle acque, fondati sul modello dei Water Safety Plans, proposti dall'OMS e sviluppati a livello nazionale ed internazionale dall'Istituto Superiore di Sanità, diventati oggi uno standard normativo. Lasciatemi infine accennare ad un aspetto ancora più affascinante nella partnership aperta tra Istituto Superiore e Marina Militare, con la partecipazione del Sistema Nazionale di Protezione Ambientale e di altre organizzazioni di ricerca, convergenti nel progetto Seacare, progetto visionario e assolutamente originale per ambizione e sinergia istituzionale che affronta in una visione di planetary health e sostenibilità l'esplorazione sistemica e le complesse e interdipendenti relazioni tra l'ambiente marino, gli oceani e la salute umana. L'acqua rappresenta l'elemento più fragile, ma anche il più devastante rispetto ai cambiamenti climatici e ambientali in corso, risentendo come mai in passato di interferenze sempre più intense e frequenti, sia umane che naturali. La crisi globale del ciclo idrico ha già impatti importanti sull'idrologia, con forti ripercussioni sulla disponibilità e qualità delle acque, che interessano gli ecosistemi e determinano effetti sul fronte della sicurezza sociale ed economica. La tripla crisi planetaria di cambiamenti climatici, inquinamento e perdita di biodiversità impatta direttamente sulle interconnessioni terra-acqua-biota che caratterizzano i fenomeni della terraferma, riversandosi con un effetto cumulato su mari e oceani, la cui stabilità rappresenta un principale determinante di salute umana. Dalla necessità di prevenire e controllare gli effetti critici di natura ambientale che impattano sulla salute umana in una visione generale di Planetary Health, il progetto Seapower al secondo anno di vita vede ricercatori dell'Istituto Superiore impegnati nello studio dell'ambiente acquatico del pianeta per migliorare le strategie di prevenzione per la salute in questo complesso scenario ambientale. Questo progetto ha tutte le potenzialità per essere ampliato mediante lo studio degli ambienti sottomarini e dei sedimenti, espandendo partnership e ricerca scientifica secondo un modello di successo sul piano nazionale ed internazionale. I sedimenti sono in grado di fornire informazioni cruciali sugli ecosistemi marini del passato e sull'impatto umano nel tempo, aiutando a ricostruire la storia dei cambiamenti oceanici e dell'alterazione dei sistemi marini. I pochi studi effettuati evidenziano che il sedimento non è solo un serbatoio finale, ma anche una riserva di molti contaminanti. Nel suolo e nei sedimenti marini la concentrazione dei contaminanti sono tipicamente molto più elevate di quelle rinvenute in acque superficiali, marine o piovane. Seapower è parte della United Nations Water Agenda, contribuisce all'European Mission Restore Our Ocean and Waters 2030 ed è inquadrato su molteplici obiettivi di sviluppo sostenibile per la produzione di dati scientifici e diffusione delle conoscenze acquisite alla comunità scientifica e accademica e al pubblico in generale. La preziosa collaborazione che unisce l'Istituto Superiore di Sanità e la Marina Militare nell'interesse e nella tutela dell'underwater rappresenta un'opportunità e un modello senza precedenti per la conoscenza e l'azione indifferibile verso la sostenibilità per la nostra e per le future generazioni. Grazie.
There was something absolutely remarkable about this presentation. We started the second part of the panel with a conversation about how technology is empowering a particular field to get a better understanding of how to use the ocean sustainably. But now we were talking about the cross-pollination of different fields, medical studies that combined with sustainability agenda and work together to identify ways to rethink how the symbiotic link between oceans and communities and human beings can actually be part of long-term sustainable solutions. And here we talked about the Sea Care Plan and how that links understanding sediments in the ocean and linking them to potential risks of epidemics and learning methods on how to approach them. So absolutely fascinating. Thank you very much for this. Now, last but by no means least, Amilo Sinovi from the International Hydrographic Office. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and distinguished guests. Let me thank first the Italian Navy, my Navy, and the CNO, Admiral Enrico Credendino, for inviting the IHO for the second time in a row. I understand that I have a difficult task to keep the audience awake during the last 10-minute speech of the day, but I will assure you, I will not be boring, I assure you. My presentation is focused on mapping the seafloor as the key to preserve the underwater, the IHO perspective. Let's start with some numbers. The ocean is crowded, as it is crossed by about 35 million ships of all classes, using about 22,000 electronic nautical charts available on the market. The ocean is also the primary source of wealth and opportunities for humanity. In 2021, the international sea trade had a total economic value of over $28 trillion, equal to 80–90% of the volume of goods transported by sea, thanks to some 100,000 large cargo ships. And thanks to the millions of kilometers of undersea cables, we have heard already that about 100% of the world's information and data exchange can enable peoples to communicate and interoperate. But our ocean, and especially the seafloor, is mostly unknown. In 2021, we reached 100% detailed topographic coverage of the Moon, Mars, and Venus. In 2005, that 100% of all emergent lands was covered with a digital elevation model at 10 meters. But today, just over a quarter of the seabed is unknown. And in this last aspect, the IHO, with its more than 100-year history, comes into play to discover and disclose the underwater, focusing on a fully technological, digital, and standardized approach to seafloor mapping. This is the only major initiative to create a digital model to represent the seafloor, launched 121 years ago, in 1903, by Prince Albert I, and will still valid today, the general bathymetric chart of the oceans. It is developed today under the aegis of the IHO and the Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission of UNESCO, and was enriched in 2017 by another major global initiative aimed at achieving a map of 100% of the seabed by 2030, the Nippon Foundation GEPCO Seabed 2030 project. And despite the efforts made so far, these are the numbers. In 2023, at the IHO Assembly, His Serene Highness Prince Albert II of Monaco announced that a quarter of the total ocean area was mapped, whilst most recently, on 21st June 2024, at the World Hydrography Day celebration, another small portion of the seabed equal to the area of the European Union has been mapped. So let's focus on what we know to progress. And this is the last GEPCO grid, with a percentage of 26.1% of the ocean floor mapped. The situation definitely improves if we refer to a small basin, the one where we are, the Mediterranean and Black Seas basin, where the percentage of the mapped seafloor is just over 50%, a situation that may seem comforting to us, but is definitely not, as the Mediterranean represents only the 1% of the ocean. Most importantly, this amount of data is publicly available and openly usable through the IHO's only worldwide repository, the Data Center for Digital Bathymetry, established by the IHO in 1988 and hosted by the US National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, NOAA, to steward the worldwide collection of open bathymetric data accessible online. Let's move to new technology, which supports seabed mission success, with reference to platforms, sensors, and survey strategies. Moving from blue waters to shallow waters, 3 phases for conducting surveys can be identified, depending on the instruments, technologies used, such as the satellite-derived bathymetry for phase 1, airborne LiDAR bathymetry for phase 2, and multi-beam echo-sounder and the employment of uncrewed vehicles for phase 3. Here is the description of the 3 phases in pictorial form. And applying a hybrid manned-unmanned acquisition strategy approach, savings in the order of 40% of time and cost can be achieved. The use of new technology also permeates the subsequent data processing phase through the use of standardized but increasingly autonomous artificial intelligence and machine learning approach. The result is the contribution to the creation of something that you have heard many times, the digital twin of the ocean, which represents the new digital approach to the real marine world, capable of providing all the information necessary for decision makers to make decisions on the sustainable use of the ocean. And we are at the third element, digitization and new standards. So the first digital standardized transformation of nautical chart information from an analog paper chart to a digital carrier electronic navigational chart, ENC, happened in early 90s, based on the IHO standard S57 for the electronic chart display and information system ECDIS. With the Universal Hydrographic Data Model S100, the second major transformation has started, to move from 2 to 4 dimensions representation, where the 3 spatial variables are joined by the time variable linked to many marine features. The S100 has been internationally recognized included into the IMO resolutions, and from the 1st January 2026, a first set of products and services will be operational of use on board of Actis, whilst the full and complete implementation is expected by 2030. And in response to the UN DOALOS Division for Ocean Affairs and the Law of the Sea, here we have the director of the DOALOS, request, and following the UN General Assembly's endorsement of the BBNJ, the Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction Treaty, the IHO has initiated the construction of specific S100 products to digitally support the identification of limits and boundaries at sea, S121, demarcate the world seas and ocean, the S130, and monitor the implementation of marine protected areas, the S122 product. These products represent the framework within which to digitally represent the areas of the ocean, high seas, up to the external limit of the exclusive economic zone. These basic elements of the S100 ecosystem function a bit like a Lego box. They are put together for the purpose of navigation mainly, where simple operations, comprehensible displays, and reliable recommendations for informed decision-making will be available to the mariners. It is interesting to see the concrete application of one of the S100 products, specifically the S102, bathymetric surface in a particular complex area for navigation, such as the Norwegian fjord. The vessel that you see on the screen is the motor vessel Sleipnir, the largest crane ship in the world. Another potential application of S102 is related to monitor and protect critical infrastructure lying on the seabed. It is the combined and the simultaneous use of S100 products and services that can provide a complete and dynamic picture of the marine environment, as in the case of combining different layers, such as the S102 product with water level adjustment from S104 and surface current from S111 product. The use of multiple layers of information in real time provides full understanding of the marine environment. To conclude, a technological, fully digital and standardized approach to seafloor mapping is the key to discover and disclose the underwater. And from a perspective of the IHO, this is possible, as we heard, only through the active participation of all coastal states and the cooperation with the international and intergovernmental organizations involved in the oceans, starting from the United Nations in the field of application of UNCLOS, the IOC UNESCO to make the seabed mapping a consolidated priority of ocean decade and boost the JEPCO program, the IMO to fully implement e-navigation in line with the SOLAS Convention, the ISA, the International Seabed Authority, to identify the exchange of seafloor data, the ICPC, International Cable Protection Committee, to identify the most efficient and cost-effective subsea cable route and design, and finally, this is very important, with the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development to contribute to the definition of the ocean economy in 2050 and demonstrate that seabed data are crucial for stakeholders in maritime management and sustainable ocean activity. And the numbers on the screen are self-explanatory. Thank you very much for your attention.
What an absolute delightful note upon which to conclude the first part of the remarks. One last slide that really brought up to the fore the incredible opportunities, and I particularly enjoyed the visual reference to a marine digital twin as one of the new frontiers where we can actually create a space where cooperation happens. Now, we have 8 minutes. Which is a little less than what I promised you at the beginning, but still, I will take a couple of questions from the floor and then revert back to the panelists. If I could ask you to indulge me in ask a relatively brief question and one which comes with a question mark at the end, if you don't mind. And if you could briefly introduce yourself to let us know where the question is coming from. Thank you very much. Yes, Admiral.
I don't think I need to introduce myself. No, thank you very much. Now, I have a question, maybe it's for Mr. Loggio, Admiral Senapi, or maybe also for Mr. Yares, who will talk to us tomorrow. There is no definition of the underwater dimension, domain, or whatever. Is it time to have a definition? As we have space and air, is it the fifth physical domain?
Thank you, Michael. So thank you, Admiral, for the... Thank you. Okay. So thank you, Admiral, for the question. I think it's time to give responses to this question. And I'm sure that in one of the panels of this symposium, we will hear from the expert of UNCLOS. We are full of experts here, but from a technical point of view, for sure that will help very much in defining where there are the responsibility to contribute to the discovery of the seafloor. That's what we are working also from our perspective at the IHO. Thank you.
Does it work? No. All right, I'll use this one. Yeah. Thank you. It's a great question, and I think whether or not it's time for a definition, it is certainly time for more awareness and deep sea literacy, as we call it, and I think you call it sea blindness. In many popular publications and in the minds of many scientists, the deep sea begins at 200 meters water depth. When you start to talk about the jurisdiction of the International Seabed Authority and deep sea minerals, that makes no sense at all. We are dealing with areas of 5,000, 6,000 meters water depth. It's totally different and needs a totally different approach. And we're also dealing with a different jurisdictional area, beginning at the outer limit of the continental shelf. And that is also much more than 200 meters water depth. So the problems and the concepts are completely different. But I really think it's a question of deep sea literacy, however you want to define that, and the fact that most people, the general public, have no concept of the scale of the ocean. If I tell you that 1 million square kilometers of seafloor are under exploration, a lot of people would say, well, that's huge, that's enormous. It's less than 0.9% of the global seafloor. It's a tiny, tiny pinprick. But people don't appreciate that, and I think getting across that question of scale is something that we really need to work hard on, and that's where we try to work together with organizations like IHO.
Wonderful, thank you very much. I think I saw another question here on the front. Yes, sir.
Good evening, Admiral Binelli. I have a probably candid question for Mr. Lodge and also for the chairman. How can you manage or cope with the spread of EEZ declarations, more often unilaterally declared by states? There is a way to regulate this. Thank you.
Yep, thank you. Well, again, I think it's a question of jurisdictional challenges and probably something that will come up in the discussion tomorrow with our colleague Vladimir Yaras, the director of the Division of Ocean Affairs and Law of the Sea. But certainly one of the challenges to contemporary ocean governance is the very slow pace of assessment of the submissions for continental shelf jurisdiction that does create some uncertainty, which is something we have to cope with. But again, the answers are there in UNCLOS and greater public awareness of the processes under UNCLOS.
Wonderful. I'm conscious of the time, and it would be unfair to try to reach out in the audience for one other question. Instead, what I'll do, I'd like to give the chiefs about 30 seconds and ask a very simple question. From your perspective, if it was one thing we should prioritize in terms of cooperation for the undersea domain, what would that be? If you were king for a day or chief of the navy for a day, what would you want to have as the one thing to prioritize to advance on this question on cooperation over the seabeds? Amir, can I come to you first?
Bueno, siguiendo la línea de este panel de hoy día en la tarde, yo creo que una de las principales tareas que debiéramos asumir es llegar a un consenso en cuanto a la regulación del uso de los fondos marinos. Eso yo creo que es lo más importante. Al igual como se hizo el año 1982 en Jamaica, Montego Bay, con la UNCLOS, yo creo que es el tiempo de empezar a pensar y a definir cuál va a ser el futuro de los fondos marinos.
Wonderful, Amir. Thank you so much. Amir Saito, can I come to you?
した後に、通訳が訳します。まず各国が持っている情報をどれだけ持っているかということの情報共有をまずやることが優先度が高いというふうに認識しております。
So one of the first priorities would be to share the information that each nation or navy is working on.
さらにはネイビーだけではなくその国家が持っている情報等の共有が必要だと私のプレゼンテーションでも言ったようにそれが第一優先だと思っております。
And as I've mentioned during my speech, it is important that we share not only within what the Navy is doing, but what each country is doing, and share with our partners to make that network.
Anil, thank you so much. Amil Ogola, I'll come to you now.
Thank you very much. Well, I think that the real essence of the UNCLOS was to address the issue of preservation of the marine environment, preservation of the resources of the sea, and ensuring adequate framework for us to be able to manage these resources on a collective basis. And I think that one of the key areas that I would want us to achieve is ensuring that UNCLOS is made to work in its true spirit and the true spirit of the and texts of the declaration. So I think the global community need to look at what means of ensuring that the dictates in the UNCLOS are made to apply when it comes to the underwater resources. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Andrew Ashraf, your last word.
Yeah, sure. If I given the opportunity, I would like to preserve the underwater environment. For that, stricter regulations should be there for controlling the pollution. We should all work together that underwater should not become a warfare area where we should target each other's infrastructure, and we should work together so this space is preserved for our future generations. So all navies should work together to preserve the underwater environment. We should define it, highlight it. We should make comprehensive regulations, and all the navies and organizations should work together so that our future generations can benefit from the treasures which are there beneath the water. Thank you very much.
Se veniamo dal mare e dipendiamo dal mare, io penso che sia tempo che la salute si occupi degli oceani. Oggi monitoriamo tutto, i nostri mari costieri, i nostri fiumi, il suolo, l'aria, tutto quello che ci circonda riesce a essere monitorato. Non monitoriamo gli oceani e quindi è ora di farlo, chiaramente partendo da una definizione comune. Su questo assolutamente sono totalmente d'accordo con Amerigo Vespucci.
Well, I would like to put a little bit of engineering in this discussion, and I think that to preserve the environment, to preserve the underwater environment, we need to have interoperable assets on the sea. I mean, I think one of the key issues in this discussion is how to preserve underwater resources, and I think that one of the key issues is it's the interoperability of the assets that will be operating under the sea.
What a wonderful set of notes upon which to end this panel discussion. I think we've come to an agreement whereby a conversation around the definitions, the key definitions over the underwater and the seabed is right before that conversation. Definitions that should draw upon frameworks of governance that we are all familiar with and certainly unfolding from UNCLOS, and how to apply it in a technology-aware environment, and how that will be essential in order to be able to share the information and develop capabilities that are interoperable so that that cooperative effort becomes a reality. Can you please join me in thanking my absolutely delightful panelists in their stellar performance, and this will draw then the panel to a conclusion. Thank you very much, everyone, for your listening.
Distinguished guests, our first working day has come to an end. Let me recall some logistic remarks. For as of delegation, there are 2 boats ready downstairs to bring you back to the hotels. For those attending the Maritime Capability Coalition for Ukraine, there will be another boat ready to moor as soon as those boats will leave to bring you to the room number 1 for the meeting. And later in the afternoon, transportation service for you and your partners will be granted to take you to Scuola Grande di San Rocco. The concert by the Italian Navy Orchestra will be followed by the dinner. Please check your pickup time from the hotel with your liaison officer. Thank you very much and enjoy your evening.